Ladies and gentlemen, live from the Bled Festival Hall, the 2022 Bled Strategic Forum.
The history of the human race has been shaped by conflicts and wars. It has been shaped by one rule. In the middle of the last century, it became apparent that when it meets technological progress, the rule of power can lead to complete self-destruction of the human race. There is no place to hide. There is only one world, one planet, one life. Establishing new rules of the game has become a necessity. We needed to start cooperating, connecting, and working together. Thus, we started our journey. From monologue to dialogue, from conflict to compromise, from human life as collateral damage to human life as dignity, from life as an economic measure to living on the paradigm of sustainable development. It seems that in the last few decades, the world has indeed moved from the rule of power to the power of rules. But it takes very little to disturb this fragile balance. Our journey is a continuous process that requires the effort of the entire international community, from the superpowers to the smallest stakeholders. It is critical to safeguard democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, while addressing the global challenges affecting our planet and civilization. We are at a decisive point in history. Rules are being rewritten as we speak, and power is once again dictating the world's agenda. Instead of a multilateralism of equal partners, we seem to be moving towards a confrontation of the democratic versus the non-democratic world. Is global economic and political cooperation among stakeholders with vastly different values sustainable in the long run? What is the red line that marks out where cultural differences become human rights violations and breaches of international law? Is there still a way for dialogue and mutually acceptable compromise to prevail? or is a global clash inevitable? What is the future of democracy? We need to address global challenges, the transatlantic relationship. Welcome to the 17th edition of the Bled Strategic Forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary General of the Bled Strategic Forum, Mr. Peter Grka.
Dear President, Prime Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, pozdravljeni, dober dan. Welcome to the 17th edition of the Bled Strategic Forum. Let me thank again our own Žiga Pirnat for the composition and video, and music was performed by Music for the Future Orchestra, comprising of young Ukrainian musicians who found shelter in Slovenia, joining forces with their Slovenian colleagues under the leadership of Živa Ploj Peršuh. Thank you very much again. When preparing this year's discussion, it was very clear that there are some dates, some events, which become a part of collective memory and represent a point of no return. One of such dates came about this year, and it will be forever remembered as a day when the rule of power once again challenged the power of rules. On 24th February, Russia attacked Ukraine. Processes and challenges which will reshape our lives have been put in motion. One president recently said quite clearly, days of abundance are over. The truth is, we need to readjust, we need to adapt, and we need to find ways to tackle various shapes and forms of crisis, be it security crisis, be it energy crisis, be it food crisis, democracy crisis, COVID, climate change, human rights, and the list goes on and on and on. While confronting these challenges, our guidance should be upheld at all times. We should not lose our values, our norms, our standards. The struggle we are facing is not an opportunity, no matter how much you hear this story. No, it's not an opportunity. This struggle is a matter of survival, our survival. In the next 2 days, Bled Strategic Forum is going to address the most pertinent and consequential issues. To do that, we are honored that we have assembled a prominent list of speakers who took their time from their busy schedules to come to Bled and try to contribute a little piece of the puzzle called change. Because they care. Because they know that only honest and open discussion can pave the way forward to a true and sustainable change. Before I give the floor to our host, Minister of Foreign Affairs, allow me to thank my team. Bled Strategic Forum believes in change, and we believe this change is possible. This is why everyone worked relentlessly to make our gathering happen. Actually, over the years, I ran out of words to show my gratitude to my team, but let me try once again. Thank you very much. You are irreplaceable. And the same goes to our partners and supporters and friends who support us over the years. Thank you also from our side. And now, let the 17th Bled Strategic Forum begin. Allow me to pass the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia, Ms. Tanja Fajon. Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, Ms. Tanja Fajon.
Thank you very much, dear Peter. You are irreplaceable with your team too. Dobar dan, lepo pozdravljeni na Bledu. Dear Presidents, dear Madam President of the European Commission, Prime Ministers, fellow ministers, guests, dear ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to Slovenia, to Bled, to our strategic forum. Each time I visit Bled, I wonder, why don't we build cities in the countryside where the air is much cleaner? I have to confess that I borrowed this one from the collected jokes of Slavoj Žižek, the renowned Slovenian philosopher. He's one of our guest speakers, and he will share his reflections on Europe and the challenges of our time. We are delighted that we have managed to attract so many distinguished guests to this year's events at such short notice. Thank you to each and every one of you joining us in Bled. The new Slovenian government took office on 1st June this year. At the height of preparations for the Bled Strategic Forum, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Bled Strategic Forum team for organizing this event so excellently and for all their hard work. This year's forum takes place amid very challenging times for Europe and the entire world. And it will not be the first time this is the case. The last two forums took place with restrictions due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We probably all anticipated that once the pandemic was over, the world would return to normal. But we did not anticipate that war on European soil would become our new reality. This new reality has chosen the main topics of this year's event for us and the strategic consequences and the challenges it has created for Europe, the European Union, and the world. Allow me to highlight a few of the challenges. First of all, we should all be concerned with the fact that the decades-long project of reuniting Europe after the World War II has been halted with the war in Ukraine. We do not want to see another Iron Curtain in Europe, but unfortunately, there is little that we can do to prevent it at this very moment. The post-Cold War European security architecture has been seriously shaken and it may collapse. What is important, however, is that we do not close all the doors to emergency communication. The recent worrying developments at the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant have clearly shown the importance of maintaining open communication channels and functional international organizations, in this particular case, the International Atomic Energy Agency. Secondly, it is vital that the existing divisions are not exported to the global level. To some extent, this is already happening. Countries have started to position themselves and alliances have been forgotten. Crisis situations like the recent one in the Taiwan Strait region begin to occur. New informal international formats are also expected to emerge, while the existing formal multilateral forums and mechanisms might become dysfunctional. That said, some new formats have proven to be very valuable, like the one bringing together Ukraine, Russia, Turkey, and the United Nations. Their agreement resulting in exports of fertilizer and grain from the Black Sea port is highly valuable, particularly for underdeveloped countries. Overall, to say the least, the situation is very worrying for, I believe, the vast majority of countries in the world which do not have the strength and the capacity to shape the reality. These countries, the majority of us that are destined to mostly accept the developments, want a functional, rules-based international order. In fact, we desperately need a much more effective multilateralism system to deal with global challenges such as poverty, inequality, polarization, climate change, and many other problems. Slovenia is among the countries that are fully committed to multilateralism and continuously promote cooperation within the UN system. With this in mind, we are running for a non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council for the 2024-2025 term. On top of that, and this is my third point, we, the EU members and institutions, have to do our homework within the European Union. While we advocate against divisions in Europe and the world, we are bound to pledge unity within the Union. I appeal from this podium today to sovereignists and populists all across Europe not to trade EU unity, solidarity, compromise, and joint efficiency for egoism and cheap political points in domestic political arenas. EU unity and solidarity is shared importance for all of us. The EU institutions and every single member state, particularly during the current crisis. Furthermore, it is important to note that a fully functional, prosperous European Union cannot be built exclusively as the lowest common denominator of national interests. The EU requires a glue, the shared values of the rule of law, human rights, freedom of the media, to solidify structure. It is not only prosperity, but also these values that make Europe such an attractive place to live for all our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, our economists, just bouncing back from the devastating blows of the pandemic, are facing new insecurities. These ones perpetrated by rising supply and energy costs. Our citizens, exhausted by the COVID-19 pandemic and restrictions, are facing new fears related to growing food and energy prices. Energy diversification, finding alternative gas and oil sources to prevent potential energy shortages in the winter, is an absolute priority for most of the European governments. To clarify, while we will continue to rely on polluting energy sources this winter out of necessity, we remain fully committed to green transition. In other words, green transition is not only our political commitment, we are firmly convinced that it is the most important investment in the future. Related to this, let me proudly inform you that last month, on the initiative of 5 countries, including Slovenia, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution declaring the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable living environment and extending the scope of human rights protection to address some of the most pressing challenges of the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, not everything is so gloomy. Indeed, we might have more questions than answers, but undoubtedly we will find solutions. Including with the assistance of the Bled Strategic Forum, I'm sure your discussions will help us find a positive way forward. While there is solidarity, there is hope. And this year we have witnessed many manifestations of solidarity, supporting a country under attack, implementing sanctions even though we know that they will hurt our economies, countries helping each other tackle fires and natural disasters, people reaching out with humanitarian assistance to their neighbors, refugees, those less fortunate, and many others. In Slovenia and elsewhere, we have experienced a rain-free summer, a time of extreme drought and water scarcity when fires have raged across Europe. We have seen a strong cooperation, unselfishness, and the helping hand of our people, which makes me a very proud citizen of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, we must remain united in responding to our common challenges. This quote, "United we stand, divided we fall," which has been used many times in the past, is not just empty words. As the United Nations summarized the importance of achieving sustainable development goals in Agenda 2030, our ultimate goal must be and remain to leave no one behind. One final thought before the end of my address: do not leave Bled without trying the soft power of this place. The sweet cake called kremšnita. Without swimming in the lake and without enjoying a walk around its perimeter. And all this is a part of the experience called the Bled Strategic Forum. I wish you plenty of interesting debates and a very enjoyable stay in my country, our country, Slovenia, and thank you all for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Boruta Pahorja.
Madam President, Mr. President, Madam Speaker, Prime Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends. After the Second World War, the Iron Curtain descended across Europe, dividing it into the democratic West and the communist East. This bloc division lasted until 1990s, until the fall of Berlin Wall, the collapse of Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact, and the emergence of new sovereign and democratic states, Slovenia among them. So Europe has witnessed 30 years ago a great condensing of history, with the exception of the Western Balkans. It unfolded peacefully, promising a better future for our continent and the entire world. And today, 30 years later, particularly due to the war in Ukraine, it seems that a prospect of a new bloc division looms over Europe. It might once again split it into a democratic West and authoritarian East, with the border between them also marking the boundary of Russia's zone of interest and influence. Although it might be too early to talk about all its possible ramifications, there can be no doubt that any new division would be bad news for the Europe, and for the world. A new bloc division would imply a kind of recycling of history, resurrecting not only the issue of so-called hard security, but also the question of the fundamental values, including democracy. History has taught us that bloc division is not a solution, it is a problem. It brings along the state of fragile, constantly threatened peace, accompanied by an arms race, proxy wars, and agonizing efforts for a peaceful resolution. If it is true that the war in Ukraine and its consequences might lead to a new bloc division, we should be concerned about whom it will divide and what this implies for the Europe and the international community. If President Putin's objective is to restore and consolidate a large sphere of influence for the Russian Federation, leaving no room for the countries in this zone to move closer to the EU and NATO, then the turmoil will last as long as it takes for Moscow to establish such a sphere.
one way or another, Putin will demand of the countries along its border to make a decision. Or else, he might take the decision for them by sanctioning them, perhaps even by force. In my speech, I would like to focus on just one consequence of this possible new division: the question of where its border might run in the Western Balkans and why. This could be the next central question for peace and security in Europe. If it holds true that the newly emerging Russian sphere of interest, of influence, will leave no room for countries aspiring to join the EU and NATO, then this new geopolitical division might make the Western Balkans part of the Western world. This, however, depends mostly on the decision taken in Brussels as much as on those taken by countries of the Western Balkans. The longer the EU enlargement process, the more these countries are prone to Russia's aspiration, or at least to Russia's growing influence. This is why Slovenia has been working for years towards swift and decisive EU enlargement to the Western Balkans. This is, in our view, a central geopolitical issue. It is also possible that the new bloc division might run across the middle of the Western Balkans, and this is a cause for concern. I find it hard to imagine this could unfold without security risk. In this respect, Bosnia and Herzegovina seems to be of key importance. Slovenia is doing everything in its power to convince the EU and the West to fast-track the accession of Bosnia and Herzegovina to the EU and, if possible, to NATO. Should the conflicts in Bosnia and Herzegovina escalate, this might pose a serious security risk for the country, for the region, and for Europe. Now it is time to understand and resolve this problem. Since our dear guest here is also the President of the European Commission and our dear friend, Mrs. von der Leyen, I would like to reiterate Slovenia's proposal that Bosnia and Herzegovina be granted candidate status this year and, if possible, without any condition whatsoever. For the purpose of this conference, and as a friend of Serbian President Vučić and the President of Serbia, allow me to make another remark in this context. In my opinion, Serbia will play a decisive role if it comes to the division of Europe in the Western Balkans. Here I am referring to Serbia's traditional security, political, economic, cultural, and emotional attachment to Russia. I would like Serbia's policy to help keep the whole of the Western Balkans on the Western European side. However, this is a complex issue, and I believe we must address it as such. The point is that Serbia would probably be willing to risk a break with Russia only if given firm, very firm assurance about its place in the European Union. But it's not completely sure about this. In my view, we must do everything in our power so that our action convince Serbia to strengthen its political will for European perspective. Getting Serbia on board with the Western European option would be in turn greatly contribute to resolving problems in Bosnia and Herzegovina, not to mention the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. In this context, we must insist on our three expectations. Number one, that Serbian official policy rejects the idea of so-called Serbian world, Srpski svet. Number two, that Serbia rejects separatist tendencies in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And number three, that Belgrade successfully concludes the dialogue with Pristina. Ladies and gentlemen, from what has been said, we can see that the European Union has a major role to play on issues related to the ramifications of the war in Ukraine and to the situation in the Western Balkans. In my opinion, the EU should make a much greater effort to draw the Western Balkans into its zone of influence and also its membership. I am aware that some are very concerned about the political costs of this course of events. But experience has taught us that the price of indecision can be much, much higher and much sadder. I believe that there is still time to act. However, consensus must be reached in Brussels as soon as possible that enlargement of the Western Balkans has become a key geopolitical issue. In hope that we will succeed in these endeavors, I thank you for your attention and wish you all successful work at the forum. Thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the European Commission, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen.
President Pahor, dear Borut, Prime Minister Gallop, dear Robert, Presidents, Prime Ministers, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, many, many thanks for inviting me here to the Bled Strategic Forum. It's wonderful to see this packed room here. And indeed, this is a forum which has become unmissable by now as a gathering for the foreign policy community and as an event of European and global relevance. It's wonderful to be here with you today. Now, this year's headline, we've seen it on the screen while this fantastic orchestra was playing. This year's headline perfectly sums up the most relevant question of our times. Will the rule of power replace the power of rule? And I believe that the answer to this question boils down to one line. It all depends on the power of democracy. It all depends on our capacity to uphold fundamental principles, to resist aggression, to protect our values and our friends. It is no understatement to say that the world has been watching our response to Russia's aggression very closely. The stakes are clear to everyone. At the beginning of this year, Russia and China have openly declared a so-called unlimited friendship. And only weeks later, Russia launched its war against Ukraine. Weeks later. The message couldn't be more explicit. So if we are to preserve basic principles, such as self-determination and the inviolability of borders, Putin cannot win this war, and Ukraine must win this war. This is absolutely clear. And this is why we have mobilized our economic might like never before. In a matter of days and weeks, we have approved the most far-reaching sanctions ever implemented. And the sanctions are causing colossal damage to the Kremlin's ability to wage war. Putin himself has admitted it. And the damage will only grow over time. Besides this, we have supported financially Ukraine with more than 10 billion euros since the beginning of the war, and I'm not including the bilateral support of our member states. And we are working on the next tranche. More has to come for Ukraine. This is very clear, my message to our member states. And we used, for the first time ever, resources from the European budget on military equipment to sustain Ukraine's brave defense effort. We will support Ukraine as long as it takes. We are doing it for Ukraine. We are doing this to uphold our European values. But we are also doing this to show to Russia and the world that breaking internationally shared rules comes with a massive cost. That has to be very clear. This effort must come together with a new European strategic thinking. And today I would like to pin down 3 of its main tenets. First, to defend the rule of law and the rule-based order over time, we must neutralize Russia's blackmail ability and strengthen our own capabilities to act. Second, we must support democracies that are most exposed to foreign threats. And I'm not only thinking about Ukraine, but also about the Western Balkans. And third, we must also look further to global geopolitical shifts and use our economic might to preserve and expand the rules-based global order. My first point means, primarily, ending our dependence on dirty Russian fossil fuels. And our work here is well underway. We are diversifying our supplies at lightning speed. The gas supplies from sources other than Russia has increased by 31 billion cubic meters since January this year. And this compensates by now the Russian cuts of gas supply to Europe. We're also cutting substantially our need of imported gas because we have to prepare for potential full disruption of Russian gas. And for this, we have asked member states to reduce the gas consumption by 15% and save it to the storage. That can save up to 45 billion cubic meter of natural gas. And ultimately, the best way to get rid of Russian fossil fuels is, of course, to speed up our transition to green energy sources. Every kilowatt hour of electricity that Europe generates from solar, from wind, from hydropower, from biomass, from geothermal or green hydrogen makes us less dependent on Russian fossil fuels. So invest in that. If you look at the facts, the evidence, today the price of wind and solar is cheaper than polluting fossil fuels. And that's why, with our Repower EU initiative, we will invest together 300 billion euros to accelerate the green transition. For instance, we are now financing one of the largest offshore wind farms of the world in the North Sea. And tomorrow, I will be in Denmark to discuss exactly similar initiatives, a huge offshore wind farm in the Baltic Sea. So, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, the era of Russian fossil fuels in Europe is coming to an end. And with freedom from blackmail, we will come greater power to defend global rules. That has to be our next strategic approach. Ending our dependency on Russian fossil fuels is only the first step. The skyrocketing electricity prices are now exposing, for different reasons, the limitations of our current electricity market design. It was developed for under completely different circumstances and completely different purposes. It is no more fit for purpose. And that's why we, the Commission, are now working on an emergency intervention and a structural reform of the electricity market. We need a new market model for electricity that really functions and brings us back into balance. And then we have to look, of course, beyond energy. The green and digital transition will massively increase our need for raw materials. Take lithium for batteries, or silicon metal for chips. Take rare earth to produce magnets for electric vehicles and wind turbines. Demand for them may double by 2030. And if you look at the European demand for lithium batteries, it is set to increase at an annual rate of 40% between 2020 and 2025. 40% rise per year, the demand. Now, the good news in that is it means that the European Green Deal is progressing. The not so good news is one country dominates the processing. Out of the 30 critical raw materials today, 10 are mostly sourced from China. So, we have to avoid falling into the same dependency as with oil and gas. We should not replace old dependencies with new ones. So we must make sure that access to these commodities will not be used to blackmail us. We have to diversify the supply and build new ties with reliable, like-minded partners around the globe. For this purpose, for example, I'm traveling in 2 weeks to Canada, like-minded partners with very interesting offers. The power of democracies also depends on building strong foundations with like-minded partners for the economy of tomorrow. My second thought, we must strengthen those who believe, like us, in the value of rules and bring them even closer. I'm thinking, of course, first and foremost about Ukraine. The Kremlin's invasion aimed to pull Ukraine back towards a darker past, but instead, we are seeing the brave determination of Ukrainians to continue on their chosen path and even speed up their process of transformation as they rebuild their country. It's amazing to see this effort and this determination and this passion that they show. The new Ukraine, I'm deeply convinced, will have stronger institutions, a modernized judiciary, but also be greener, more digital, and more a resilient economy. To get there, and we're aware of that, Ukraine will need to channel enormous resources for reconstruction, map investment needs, coordinate action. All of this in support of an ambitious reform agenda, so big tasks ahead of us. Therefore, with Ukraine in the lead, a reconstruction platform can achieve these goals. A platform open to all who care about the future of Ukraine and to advise on the best way forward. We have to be very precise. It's a huge responsibility that we have to tackle. And therefore, to this purpose, Ukraine, together with the European Commission and the German G7 presidency, will co-host an international conference in Berlin on the 25th of October. We will bring together in this conference renowned experts, international organizations, think tanks, academics, but also, and that's very important for me, the private sector and civil society. Civil society, because the young people of Ukraine dream of a better future, rightly so. A prosperous, a fair, a green, a more democratic Ukraine. They are so right. A peaceful Ukraine, a flourishing Ukraine. And because the path of modernization, the path of democracy, is also the path that leads to the European Union, we are at your side and we want to support you in this endeavor. And the same is true for the Western Balkans. Let there be no doubt. Our friends from the Western Balkans are part of our European family. The Danube, the Adriatic and the Balkan Mountains have always been a link, never a border. Our economies are tied together after centuries of trade and travel. So prosperity in the Balkans depends entirely on their integration in the rest of Europe. Most importantly, the people of the Western Balkans overwhelmingly aspire to join the European Union. Yet, we know in recent years progress has been slowed, not least by international actors, including Russia, who seek to undermine democratic institution building and the rule of law. We have, as European Union, a clear strategic interest that all Western Balkan states keep advancing on the path towards European membership, because Western Balkan stability is European stability, and Western Balkan prosperity is also European prosperity. So, how can we reinvigorate the European perspective for the Western Balkans? I think we must first and foremost push the integration of our economies even further. And that's why we have launched the Economic and Investment Plan of 9 billion euros funding, with the potential of mobilizing more than 20 billion euros of investments for the Western Balkans. All of this is groundwork towards our common future in the European Union. And we must strengthen the credibility of our accession process. We must make sure that every step a country takes towards democracy, the rule of law, and equal rights brings it closer to the European Union. That's why the opening of accession process and negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia was a true milestone. We had set clear conditions for this, and they have delivered. The people and the democracies have delivered. It was a huge democratic success for the people of Albania and North Macedonia, but also for the rest of Europe and for our strategic interests. The best way forward to contrast foreign influence by autocratic countries is to strengthen democracies in Europe. It is about geopolitics, yes, but it is also about our common values. And finally, we must also look beyond Europe and beyond the geopolitics of our immediate neighborhood. The power of democracies, our ability to shape the world of tomorrow, depends greatly on whether we are able to have a growth model and an economic model that works for all. A growth model that is fit for the challenges of this century, starting with climate change and with the digitalization of all economic sectors. There's an urgent need to lay down a material infrastructure of the future world economy, one that is truly sustainable for our planet and that delivers prosperity by the greatest number of people. Because investment and infrastructure continue to shaping the rules of our world, they can promote a free and fair trade instead of financial dependence. They can protect our environment instead of exploitation and polluting. They can build international relations based on trust instead of economic blackmail. This is why we have put forward Global Gateway, 300 billion euros of investment. This is our approach to big infrastructure projects, value-based, transparent, open to the private sector. Infrastructure that delivers lasting benefits to local communities. And by doing so, we want to show the power of a value-driven investment agenda. We know what investment by other countries can look like. Take, for example, Russia. The price to pay for oil and gas is loss of sovereignty and loss of independence. They don't want partners. They want vassals. And it's not just the Kremlin. Tens of countries are on the brink of default because they cannot pay their debt with China. And a few have already defaulted. The Financial Times calls it emerging Belt and Road debt crisis. Development loans that ignore environmental and social standards, that cuts short on risk management, and lack transparency, these cannot deliver what countries need. There is a better way. And it is up to us to make it work in all corners of the world. It is not just the future of several countries that hangs by a thread. It is the future of the rules-based order. This is our responsibility as democracies of our days and our age. And I want Europe to live up to it for our own sake and for the world's sake. And therefore, thank you for listening. Have a great conference and long live Europe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and all the speakers. With this, we conclude the opening of the 17th Bled Strategic Forum, and now we are going to continue with the leaders panel. And the leaders panel is going to be moderated by a long-time friend of Bled Strategic Forum, internationally renewed TV presenter, moderator, and journalist. I think every year he adds another title, so this is why it's taken me too long to, to actually introduce him. But my friend, Ali Aslan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator of the panel, Mr. Ali Aslan.
Thank you. Thank you so much indeed, Peter. Thank you. It's wonderful to be back here on this very stage, which I've had the privilege of being on throughout the years. So yes, Peter, I do consider myself a friend of the Bled Strategic Forum. And it's quite astounding if I'm looking over the years, and Peter knows best, of course, how this all started. This started with approximately 300 people. 300 people wouldn't even fill this room. Now is my understanding, Peter, that for this year's edition, up to 2,000 people registered and are in attendance. That's why you see so many people on the side, and some haven't even made it in here. So, but it's wonderful to see them back, and the work, Peter, that you and your wonderful team are doing, I think, has to be complimented. You have managed to turn the Bled Strategic Forum into the leading international conference in Central and Southeastern Europe. No easy feat, and I think that deserves another round of applause. Congratulations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this first panel traditionally is named and titled the Leaders Panel. And for the BSF veterans amongst you, you know that the Leaders Panel is always dealing with the most pressing issues and challenges that Europe and the world are facing. And it's very clear from the opening of today what those challenges are and what the main challenge is, namely Ukraine, of course. If I'm thinking back and I'm looking into the audience, for whom is this the very first Bled Strategic Forum? Let me see a show of hands. The very first. All right, quite a bit. Who's been here before? It's almost 50-50. I know, Turkish Foreign Minister Mevlut Cavasoglu, we've had the pleasure of being here on stage many times. And I've also been here on stage, as a matter of fact, a number of years ago with back then EU chief negotiator Michel Barnier to talk about Brexit. And for those who were here that day, he prematurely, as we know now, announced that Brexit was coming soon. As we know, it took another 2 years. But hey, who's counting? Who's counting? But many issues were discussed here on stage, from Brexit, from the migration crisis, from the euro crisis. And in many ways, if you think about it, all of those, of course, big challenges in and of themselves. But looking back, those seemed much easier times. Hard to think back then. If we're thinking about the dismal state that we are in right now, that Europe is in, and that the world is in, I think it's quite clear that very, very crucial decisions have to be made by the leaders, whom I will call up on stage in just a moment. And we have obviously a lot to talk about. Now, we talked a lot about Ukraine for obvious reasons. And I think now is the time to talk with Ukraine and to be more specific with the man who has become the global face and symbol of Ukrainian courage and defiance. He's going to be with us shortly, joining us live from Kiev. I'm waiting for the sign from our team back there who are building and working on the connection, so we can be graced with the presence and the words of the President. I saw that, unfortunately, President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, had to leave, but of course these words and the segment of the leaders panel will be conveyed to her, I'm sure, in no due time. Now, if I can perhaps get a word from our people backstage, because I know that, of course, and this is always the challenge when you are live and you're trying to build up a connection, a live one, a crucial one, a delicate one, no less certainly. This is what we will be having in just a moment. But let me tell you before we do that we're actually going to be having for the leaders panel very, very shortly. It's going to be his very first Bled Strategic Forum as Prime Minister. He's only been in power for 3 months. Robert Golob, of course, who's with us. Please give him a hand. He's right here. It's his... I'm sure he's been here numerous times before, but this is he's actually shaking his hand. Okay, so this is your first time, not just as Prime Minister, but your first time first time at all at the Bled Strategic Forum. Wonderful. Now, just trying to check the lines here before we can get the leaders panel started. Obviously, we are going to have the chairs lined up, including, I see all of them lined up, of course, the Albanian Prime Minister, Croatian Prime Minister, all will be up here in just a moment. And I think now we're joined live by Kiev by none other than the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelenský, who will be with us in just a second. We'll be addressing you, and afterwards I will have a chance to ask a couple of questions for him. He should be coming up. He should be coming up now, right behind me, momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, if we already have him right here, the President of Ukraine. Mr. President, you have the word.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of this forum. I'm grateful for this opportunity to address to all of you, as well as to address all the Europeans. Today, for us, is a very important day. It's the day of remembrance of defenders of Ukraine fallen in the fight for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of our country. At this time, back in August of 2014, Ukrainian soldiers were treacherously killed near the city of Ilovaisk, that's in Donbas. They were brutally shelled by the Russian forces. Ukraine lost hundreds of its sons on this day, just a couple of days. And then there were hundreds of Slovens who have died in the war that started in 2014. In this war that broke out on February 24 and turned into practically a total war. That's Russians' war against the lives of and freedom of our people, against ordinary peaceful citizens, which are being destroyed by Russian artillery and against the culture of our people, which Russia wants to erase completely. And Russian propagandists and officials are absolutely public in terms of this goal. They're openly saying that they're willing to destroy everything Ukrainian, that this is something that does not exist. They do not perceive the very fact of the existence of our people, just like your people. As we fight with Russian aggression on our land, we protect every European nation from exactly the same expansion, the expansion of those having nothing of a human left. I mean, those raping children in front of their parents, what sort of humans they are, and those forcing the population of the entire village. I mean, everyone from small children to the elderly people to stay for a month in a small basement of a school, and those launching heavy anti-ship missiles designed to destroy aircraft carriers at an ordinary shopping mall packed with people, and those who supplies artillery shells which are used to destroy our city blocks and ordinary residential buildings on a daily basis, and those who interrogate and torture people in the so-called filtration camps established by the Russian forces throughout the occupied territory. And just imagine, we're talking about filtration camps, and those who separate Ukrainian children from their parents and files them for an illegal adoption in Russia, knowing perfectly that those children still have relatives in Ukraine. Whenever we're talking about Russian aggression against Ukraine and all this Russia's pressure on Europe that goes along with this aggression, and that's a very cynical pressure. It's a deliberate destruction of a normal economic and social life. It's an energy and price crisis in Europe, which are artificially exasperated by Russia. As we mention all this, we mean not only those at the highest levels of the Russian power hierarchy, but many thousands of different people having a Russian passport, about those who shoot on the battlefield at our soldiers and in the back of the head of the civilian people. We're talking about those who press the buttons to launch Russian missile from their warships or the aircrafts, and about those who design and manufacture those missiles and other weapons used for terror, those who work at companies that supply the Russian army and special services, those who collect, transport, and support Russian murderers in every way, and about those who support the corrupt Russian officials and generals who control and manage numerous businesses related to corrupt Russian officials, and those who spread hatred towards any manifestations of freedom, who promote war and support repressions, and of those who remain silent when they see all this, who do nothing, do not protest, do not fight, even when they're completely safe staying in European countries. Russia's war against Ukraine has started back in 2014, and for more than 6 months, Russia has been using all of its resources to destroy our country and split Europe. European continent. Most of European countries have already seen and experienced one or another Russia's attempt to put pressure, to cause damage, or to cause suffering to the people. And based on a logic of any normal person, it is the citizens of Russia who still have something of a human left should be the first to oppose this war. If they have a conscience, if they have shame to do so. But we don't see any constant noticeable anti-war protests involving the citizens of this country, even where there is no risk of any reprisals for those protests. Once again, I would like to repeat this. Why is this happening so? And if you don't mind, I'll leave this question open to you. It's a very difficult question. Why is it happening so? Europe is not a safe haven where you can just sit and wait while someone else is fighting against Russian terror. But unfortunately, many citizens of Russia perceive Europe in this way. That is why they need these European visits, and unfortunately, none of your states is safe from the fact that these war criminals, whose hands are full of blood of Ukrainians, would visit you as tourists. And then one day they would receive an order and become slightly more than tourists. That shouldn't be the case. And all of us in Europe, we have to protect ourselves from this, both those who are part of the European Union and other European countries, because Russian terror is an equal threat to all of us, to all the people who living in the European countries. Whoever does not fight against the terror, that supports it and therefore shares responsibility for its consequences. This should be the rule that brings power to the rest of the rules and norms. A country that threatens everyone around it, from the Baltic countries to Kazakhstan, should be under a full embargo from everyone in the world who values freedom and who respects themselves. We need an embargo on all relations with Russia, who is a terrorist state, so far as Russia continues its war, occupies the territory of another country, and destroys the lives of other people and nations. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine is paying the most terrible price for the freedom and for the ideals we share with you. Thousands of people died, dozens of cities and villages have been destroyed, turned into black ruins that look through the black burnt windows at Russia, and to whether the world is able to stop it and hold it accountable. I'd like to underline to bring it accountable for everything done against the peaceful citizens. Millions of Ukrainians were forced to leave, escaping from the war, and we do not have the strength to see sometimes how our people are being humiliated in your cities under the flag of the occupiers. We don't have the strength to see how thousands of those responsible for this war are cynically smiling, hoping that Russia will succeed in pressing on Europe and return to, as they call it, business as usual. And hundreds of millions of people throughout the free world, they don't have the strength to see that either. And therefore, we need to act now so that our common shared freedom would be protected for generations to come. The stability and free development of Eastern Europe, the Balkans, and other parts of our continent of values, our continent of freedom, must be protected and guaranteed. And that means some very specific things. Sufficient defense support for Ukraine, supported with weapons, ammunition, so that this war would not continue for long, so that the victory would be achieved as soon as possible. Sufficient sanctions imposed in Russia to destroy the illusion of Russian leadership that they won't be able to stand up to the free world. Sufficient protection of Europe itself, our people, and our markets from Russia's hybrid aggression, which is betting as much on the spread of crises and poverty, which are used as weapons. It also means our close cooperation and coordination in reinforcing our association, the integration processes in Europe, and security cooperation of our states. A stronger Ukraine means stronger Europe. A stronger Balkans means a stronger Europe. We must continue to help each other on the European path, as we are doing now. It is also vital for the entire European Union, all European countries, and the entire free world. It's important for them to encourage Russian citizens to fight for changes in Russian state policy, to encourage them not to remain silent and not to be a complicit of terror. You know what to do. I'm grateful to everyone who is already assisting Ukraine by assisting Ukraine. You weren't giving us the surpluses, but what is truly important, what is truly matter to you, we appreciate this. We know that when we fight, when we all fight together against this aggression, we are fighting not just for ourselves, but for the Europe to will. The true fight of each country for its independence is a difficult path that may take generations to gain. And now we have the opportunity to achieve victory for ourselves, for our children, grandchildren, and for generations of our people who fought for freedom earlier. I'm sure we will win, so let's win together in the name of Europe and in memory of all those who gave their lives for freedom. I thank you for your support. Thank you for the attention. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking the time amidst a very difficult situation, for taking the time to speak to us here, to the participants and leaders at the Bled Strategic Forum in Slovenia. I don't know if you could tell or see, but you just received a standing ovation from the entire room. Certainly everybody's hearts and minds go out to you. The war just marked the 6-month anniversary, a very sad and tragic anniversary, obviously, at that. And Russia has already demonstrated that it will use energy as a weapon, that it will weaponize energy. And winter is coming, and many European citizens are already seeing the sacrifice that they're being made. They're seeing that their gas bills are skyrocketing. Do you fear on the part of your Western European allies, do you fear 6 months into the war, some sort of war fatigue? Do you fear perhaps loss of support, loss of patience throughout the European continent?
Thank you for this question. First of all, I'd like to express words of gratitude for such a warm welcome. I've seen all of that. I've heard the applause. And this is partly a response to your question that there are so many important people in this room that has to do with the stability and support to Ukraine. And I'm very grateful to all of those. I've seen a lot of the leaders of states, and the fact that they are gathering today and supporting Ukraine. I've heard those warm support. That's a very important signal to the society. All the risks that you're saying, they're absolutely just. I mean, we see this. The issue of fatigue it could be considered because Russia has certain successes. Right now, we're talking about gas prices, energy resources prices, and the impact of this war. This is what Russia was trying to achieve, that saying it is because of the war that these are the prices for gas, these are the prices for oil. It is because of the war that there is a famine, and it's not the right, and it's not the true. They have a feeling that Russians have a feeling that they live in a different planet. Instead, they're part of this world that has to live by the rules and by the norms, and they don't want to see themselves as someone separate, a separate page in the history of the world. But this is not going to happen. The gas prices and energy resources prices, I would like to remind you, these were artificially created even before the large-scale aggression. Russians are interested only in resolving their own geopolitical and authoritarian desires through as if this artificially created crises there by blocking the supply of gases, or blocking the amount of the gas being transited, blocking the Black Sea in Ukraine, saying that it's because of the war. That's not true. They're blocking that intentionally. They're blocking our territorial waters. They're blocking the merchant shipping in the Black Sea and the Azov Sea. They've been doing that for many years. They're creating this artificial deficit. It was before the large-scale aggression and after this aggression. Although before that they're acting covertly, but now they're doing that all openly. So this fatigue from war on the part of the world, it's a big risk for the whole world, because today solving these problems, solving these challenges in a tactical manner, I think Russia is a strategic challenge, and it has to be tackled in a strategic way. We're talking about preserving the mankind. We're talking about all those risks related to political chaoses because of those narratives. They could exist in this or that country, but you couldn't make any successions because you will give them a hand and then they bite half of you. So this is the appetite they have. Remember, I don't know if all of you remembers that, but still, some would say that you need to find an appeased way of communicating with Russia. After they've seized the Crimea, they kept saying that we have to find for some understanding with Russia. But then they've conquered Donbass. Then they said we have to sign an agreement with them. We signed the Minsk agreements. And what happened then? After 8 years, we have thousands of killed, tortured, and raped. So that's it. And just the same, you can't have fatigue in the fight for your own life. And we'll hope that you won't be fighting for your own lives on your own territory. Now, Ukraine plays this role, and I'm very grateful for supporting us, and we are paying the price for that.
Thank you, President Zelensky, for answering so openly and frankly. You've also called on the West and many of your European allies and partners, many of them are here in this room, to ban Russians from traveling. But there are some European leaders, such as German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who say we shouldn't be punishing ordinary Russians for Putin's war. Help me understand from your perspective, is this Russia's war or is this Putin's war?
This is a Russian's war. 100%. These people have elected this person. And as I've said, just a slight percentage of people in social networks or going on the streets, some are afraid to go on the street, not only in Russia, but in other countries. So we can't hear any voice coming from Russia that they're against this regime, against this situation. So it's the Russians' war against Ukraine. And what would mean to ban the travel? Talking about the citizens of Russians, those who are not willing to stay as the citizens of Russia, those who apply for the refugee status, those who have political persecutions, those who are leaving their own country and they would like to support peace in the world, and that would mean be against the war in Ukraine. Yes, well, there would need to be a support for those people, and I believe that European colleagues have instruments, have tools to support them. But talking about business, talking about tourism, talking about wealthy families sending their own children for education at your universities, talking about the procurement of real estate, about leisure or holidays, that shouldn't be the case. I mean, you can't kill people in Ukraine for defending the values, the democracy, the level of life that Europe has built for itself through its competition, and then they're fighting against it, but still the Russians are willing to use it. So I believe this is wrong. Surely you know that the amount of money, the amount of business, the impact on the energy market, their shares in the energy companies located in countries of Europe, including oil refineries, all of that has an impact All of that has an impact on policy. All of that has an impact on the interior policy of the country. And surely they have an impact on this society because they give jobs. Their business, who's investing money in European companies, has also give jobs for Europeans. So we understand what is happening. They're spread their influence all over the place. But if you want to have influence, you have to live by the rules, by the international law, and not whatever you want.
This is Russia's war, a very plain and simple answer on the part of the Ukrainian president. You've been most generous with your time. So let me ask you one final question before we let you go. You've said it numerous times that Ukraine will fight until the very end and that we will win. You said so today again throughout your speech. But we're having a very delicate situation, don't we? We have a very dangerous situation near Europe's largest nuclear plant in Zaporizhzhia. The Cuban Missile Crisis actually is marking its 60th anniversary, a time when the war was almost at the brink of nuclear war. So nobody wants an escalation here at the end of the day. But what would victory from the Ukrainian point of view look like? What would it take for you to sit down and negotiate with Vladimir Putin? At the end of the day, many experts are saying this could go on for years. What is your prediction?
It's hard to give predictions. I believe that Ukrainian people have all the rights to fight for their own territory and for their own land within the international recognized borders. I believe that this is truly a great struggle, a great fight for us, and the only just defense, the only just struggle that we are having. And we want to return our territories. I know that this process could be different. We all know, all of our people know this. And I'm not ready to predict how this will happen and when it will happen. I don't have any clear dates, but I have a clear understanding of how we are going to proceed with that. The third thing I would like to add that any negotiations they require the willingness of both parties to have those negotiations. This is just another public lie of Russia. They're not ready for negotiations. They're not willing to have those. For them, negotiations means a range of ultimatums that we are supposed to recognize Donbas and Crimea as Russian territory. Just recently, they've publicly started to say that Ukraine has to recognize the south of our country as Russian territories after they would conduct another set of referenda. This is what I've told you about. This is just an alligator with an extreme desire for capturing everything that does not belong to him. Any words you would speak to him, any attempts to talk to them, in any case, they will come for other territory of Ukraine in half a year, for example. I think everyone should understand this, but still, they're not that powerful as they've described about themselves in those red books over the past years. Because when this country was powerful as part of the USSR, they had nations like Ukraine, like Kazakhstan, like Belarus, like Baltic countries, like Estonia as part of them. So this legend about this great nation has to be forgotten. And this is something that we are clearly showing on the battlefield. Once again, I would like to underline that we've not started this war. We are defending our territory and we want to restore the territorial integrity, and we shall do that. And the representatives of Russian authorities or the Russian nation or whoever they will send for negotiations, they will surely offer it to us when they will see the force of the whole world supporting Ukraine. Now, they will see that. Now, the Europe and the united Europe is demonstrating to them. So once again, I'd like to underline, the stronger and the more united we are together, the faster will be the victory of justice.
Mr. President, Ukrainians' lives were turned upside down on February 24th. Your life certainly has changed tremendously. You have, whether you want it or not, become the global face and symbol of Ukrainian courage and defiance. Is that a privilege or is that a burden, or both?
A privilege. Only a privilege. I'm proud of being Ukrainian. I'm a citizen of my country. I'm proud of our people. This is the greatest trust of people to me. And should anyone say it's a burden, but I have to say that I'm grateful for taking this burden, and God help, I will be able to do that till the very end. So I'm proud of that.
We couldn't be more delighted and privileged to have you with us, joining us live from Kiev, taking this time, your valuable time, to speak to us today. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelenský. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again. Thank you for everything, for our nation, for the whole of our nation. It's a great privilege to know that all of you are hearing us and supporting us. There's so many talented people, so many talented nations and their representatives. You're giving so much of your time to our country. We shall always remember that, and we shall always support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, quite a treat and privilege, I think, to hear from the man himself during these times. And he did not want to pass up this opportunity to speak to this prestigious audience today. As you can see right behind me now, we're being lined up, the chairs are being lined up for the leaders panel, which will segue right into the speech and remarks on the part of the Ukrainian president. We have with us today many dignitaries whom you will hear from and who will pick up from where Mr. Zelensky, where the president of Ukraine left off. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're still getting set up here, let me just point out we're talking a lot about leaders. This is the leaders panel, obviously, but leading up to the Bled Strategic Forum, every year there's a young leaders conference actually leading up to it, and I think their highlight is always taking part in this conference. Perhaps they can stand up so we can see them. Who are the young leaders of the Bled Strategic Forum this year? Let's see them. Wonderful. They've taken up half of the room, I see. This is it's wonderful to see. It's not just the conference growing, but also the young leaders cohort. So it seems that we're almost set here. I think the only thing missing are the name tags, and they are right already here. Don't worry about it. Just come in while I'll introduce this very distinguished panel. I found out with yourself, obviously, this is his very first Bled Strategic Forum, not just as Prime Minister, but we're delighted to have him here. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the brand new Slovenian Prime Minister, Robert Golob. great to have you with us. Welcome. Likewise, good to meet you as well. He is the president of the beautiful country, of the beautiful island, Iceland. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President Gudni Johannesson. Hello, Mr. President. Right here, the names, it's very high tech. It's very high tech. They are beamed right on the floor. Delighted to have with us the Croatian Prime Minister, Andrej Plenković is here, ladies and gentlemen. It's right here, Mr. Prime Minister, good to have you. He is, and we've heard his country being uttered throughout von der Leyen's speech here today. Albania, obviously, now becoming part of the European family. Ladies and gentlemen, Albania's Prime Minister, Edi Rama, is here. Hello, Prime Minister. Welcome. Please have a seat. And let's get started right away. Lots to talk about, Prime Minister Golob. Let me start with you. You are not, if you will, your ordinary politician. Quite on the contrary, you ran a successful energy company. You've been a very successful businessman prior to your political life, and now Prime Minister. There could have been easier times to come to office. You just heard the president of Ukraine, President Zelensky, speak. Any direct reply or reaction that you have?
First, salute to all the guests, not just the prime ministers, but also to the young people sitting in the back, and being glad that they are getting more and more every year, not just us seniors. But going back, everyone is when whoever enters the politics obviously had a life before, and mine was very rewarding. And I was working in the energy sector, so actually I entered the politics when it comes to energy at the right time. So nothing to complain there. But going back to Ukraine and President Zelensky, it's always a very sobering experience listening to developments of what's going on in Ukraine, and actually it gets worse by week, by month. So the only message that I can give to him, to Ukrainian people, but also to the audience is, yes, fatigue is coming in Europe, but we should remember his words. Whoever fights for his life has no time for fatigue, and that's the only attitude we can truly adopt to ourselves as well. So please do not have fatigue when it comes to supporting the Ukraine, because they don't have the luxury. And we shall definitely acknowledge that and support them in whatever way we can.
And I'm also delighted. I was going to introduce her. The connection wasn't quite stable yet. I think we have her now, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us live on screen is the President of the Republic of Moldova, Maia Sandu, ladies and gentlemen. She's right here with us, and I will come to her in just a second. But President Johannesson, let me go to you and also get your immediate reactions to the speech of President Zelensky.
President Zelensky is a strong leader, and the world, of course, needs strong leaders. Being a strong leader, in my opinion, is something different than being a strong man. The world can do better with fewer strong men. When you define yourself as a strong man, or when others define you as a strong man, it is more about power and force and coercion, and we do not need that. Strong men very often demand honor and dignity. Strong men feel that others need to bow to them. But let's talk about honor and dignity when you're building more schools and hospitals. Let's talk about honor and dignity when you have less corruption and more human rights. Let's talk about honor and dignity, where people in your country lead happier and more prosperous and healthier lives. So the fewer strong men we have to lead the world, the better, but the more strong leaders, and Volodymyr Zelenski is a prime example, the better.
Prime Minister Plenković, you visited Ukraine actually in May and met with President Zelensky on site. You pledged your support back then. I'm sure nothing has changed now. Anything you would like to add or also get your immediate reaction on the speech of the President?
Well, first of all, thank you for another opportunity to be here at the Bled Strategic Forum. Thank you, Prime Minister Golob, for the invitation, also to President Pahor and Minister Fajon. I think Volodymyr Zelensky has shown three major qualities. One, patriotism. Two, resilience. And three, leadership. I think that during the dialogue that we have, and it was at many occasions, I was also before the aggression in December in Kiev, and it was the first time among many visits that I made to friendly Ukraine that I really felt this time something was wrong in the air. The Ukrainian interlocutors were never as perplexed, as worried, as concerned as they were 2 months just before the start of the aggression. We witnessed just 6 months of this horrible, brutal aggression of Russia against Ukraine. I think he's doing his job fantastically. We have never seen such a mobilization of the international community to a cause of defending one country, its values and its territory, as we have seen now with Ukraine. I don't recall it. Croatia was also a victim of Serbian aggression. We were under sanctions, under embargo, and it was very difficult to survive. What we see here is the unprecedented mobilization of everyone, politically, diplomatically, economically, financially, militarily, in humanitarian terms. So I think that the support that Ukraine enjoys internationally is really a guarantee that, as Ursula has said, we will stand, all of us, behind Ukraine and help in every way that we can, depending on our capabilities. So there is no other solution. They have to defend their territory. They have to defend their people. I think he underlined two major items which were clearly recognizable immediately in February. One, Russia doesn't recognize the Ukrainian identity. For Russia, Ukrainians are not Ukrainians, but small Russians. Second, there is the whole frame of so-called denazification, which is a total nonsense. And we see a radicalization in Moscow. We see who is competing to be more radical rather than to be more reasonable. This is where the problem lies. And we are, of course, in the situation we need more time to be fully independent in terms of energy dependency on Russia's fossil fuels, and that is the period within which the margin of maneuver is unfortunately a large one.
And of course, we will speak about energy in detail, about energy security in particular, something that is on everyone's mind. But Prime Minister Edi Rama, as a NATO country, you've been a part of NATO since 2009. This is a conflict that obviously you are following very closely. Let me also get your immediate reaction to President Zelensky's speech.
First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation, because I think Bled is one of the very few forums that are not for the organizers, but for the invited. And it's good to be invited in Bled, so thank you. Secondly, I would say, if you wanted to talk about fatigue, the danger of fatigue, you should have invited other countries here, not us.
It's a bit late now, but...
Because I believe richer the country, higher the risk to be fatigued. So instead of Croatia, you should have invited Germany. Instead of Iceland, they are rich, but they have a lot of ice, so they don't get fatigued so fast. Instead of Albania, I should have invited Italy. Slovenia had to be because it's hosting. So, so we have to talk about others, because I don't think that the danger of fatigue is imminent in Albania or in Croatia or in Slovenia. Iceland is a part. because we have seen war in our lifetime, and we know what it is about. Iceland have never seen war and will never see, because nobody will go there. But I believe...
There's a lot of tourists, but...
I believe... Yeah, but tourists don't go to fight.
No, that's right, yeah.
So I believe that, yes, there is a risk, there is a big risk. The threshold of pain of the Russians, for many reasons, is much higher. Ukrainians are really tough cookies, and this is a good thing. So the good news is that Ukraine didn't lose the war. Russia did not win the war for the time being. So for the rest, it's difficult to predict. I very much hope and pray that the rich guys and countries will keep going and will not give up. But looking to the bills, looking to the outcry, looking to the, I don't know. Because in the older part of European Union, they haven't seen a war except in Netflix, in black and white documentaries. So for them, I am not sure that what they have learned from history and what they are told based on historical facts, it's enough. Confronted to the bill of gas, confronted to the bill of... I just read today that the daily increase of spending for Italian family for the fridge is €5. So, and Italians are quite a tragic country when it comes to confronting the challenge of eating and of drinking and of having their own dolce vita. So, how much the public opinions in the rich countries are able to sacrifice in the long run, because it doesn't seem that it will be a short war. This is something that they could say, or maybe in Slovenia, in Bled, you have some how they are called, fate tellers,
fortune tellers.
Fortune tellers. So you could have invited fortune tellers with cards to see what the king will do, what the queen will do, and what the other numbers will do. As for Albania, we are just the ace of cup. So we are ready with our heart to support Ukraine all the way. All what we had to do, we have done. We'll continue to do so. But I'm not sure that Albania can help Ukraine to win the war. This is, I doubt.
Honest words from the Albanian Prime Minister. I, for one, am glad that you're all here. I think... And indeed, there are, of course, many leaders who could have also been with us here on stage. It's also my understanding that they were asked. Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, from what I understand, they were in touch, and he just gave a speech today in Prague, actually, committing Germany's support again for the Ukraine. Let's go to now. Let's go to Moldova, where we are joined now by President Maia Sandu. Unfortunately, not in person. Unfortunately, you couldn't be here, but you're with us. At least joined live on screen. You've heard what the gentleman said up until now. Also want to give you a chance. Obviously, Moldova, a country that is following the war in Ukraine with a great deal of caution for obvious reasons. Do you have any immediate reactions to the speech of President Zelensky?
Thank you very much for the invitation, the President Pahor, the Prime Minister Golob. I'm sorry that I could not come in person because of the complex situation at home and in the region. First of all, we are very grateful to the Ukrainians because they're defending their sovereignty, but they're also defending us, our sovereignty. They're actually fighting for the free world, and we understand that. Moldova is a small country, very fragile. We are trying to do our part and to help, and our biggest contribution was to help the refugees, and we continue to help the people who decided to stay in Moldova, and we're also trying to help restore the transit for the Ukrainian transport to the European countries. But our message is that Ukraine deserves all the support because Ukraine fights for the European values. We are, of course, very grateful to the EU countries for granting us the EU candidate status. We want to stay part of the free world, and both Ukraine and Moldova have the chance to consolidate democracy, to build countries which can provide security and develop economic opportunities for their citizens only in EU. But for now, Ukraine needs all our support. And again, we are very grateful and we admire the bravery of the Ukrainian people and of the President Zelensky.
Thank you, Ms. President. Obviously, you yourself have traveled to Ukraine in June and met with President Zelensky himself. I'll come to you in just a moment to talk, of course, of the very delicate political nature and ethnic makeup of your country. Obviously, ties with Russia run deep. But Prime Minister Golob, let me ask you as an energy expert here. You were not only the president of the management board of an energy company, but also European Climate Pact ambassador and a state secretary for energy. So clearly this is your forte. This is a topic that you care about deeply. Energy security, some people say, is very much at risk in Europe. But there are also some say who, in a twisted sort of way, that the war in Ukraine is a chance, an opportunity for faster green transition. And we heard the president of the Commission speak today about the fact that the pace is being picked up. What is your take? What is your sense of what is actually happening?
It's a little bit more complicated than that, but nevertheless.
It always is.
Absolutely. Now, when it comes to energy security, I think, okay, hopefully, but I think we are on a good track when it comes to securing gas from other than Russian sources for this winter. That doesn't mean that the gas is going to come cheap or that it's going to be abundant, but it seems like Europe can survive the winter even if Russia decides to just switch it off. That's the current outlook. But it's not going to be cheap. So here we come to the prices. At the moment, the price signal, the price problems are really the most pressing, especially because they are propagating across the electricity, the power sector as well. So that's where it hurts the most. So at the moment, yeah, we have to deal with that with great urgency, and it's doable, but it will take decisive moves. When it comes to green transition, I think we could do without war and still do the transition. So no, it doesn't help, because this winter we will have to burn everything that we have in order to survive. Instead of cleaner gas, we will burn dirtier oil just to survive. So no, in immediate terms, it doesn't help. When it comes to price signals, oh yes, there it does help. Because right now, a solar plant, if you're lucky to be able to get one, it pays back in a year or two. And it has a lifetime of 30 years of free power later. So when it comes to renewables, this is the investment opportunities. This is the best time to truly invest. If you have money, you have sites, and you have opportunity to connect to the grid, just do it. Don't ask any questions. Just do it as soon as possible. So yeah, in a way, in intermediate terms, it's going to help. But when it comes to renewables and a more, let's say, massive switch to renewables, states will need to help. There is no way the grid could sustain all this demand for renewables without, I would call it, massive investments backed by the states, or European Commission or European Union. So this is something that we need to have in mind, and yeah, the path forward is not as bad as it looks at the moment, but still, it's going to be rough at the beginning.
It's going to be a difficult journey for sure. Mr. President, I'm going to come to you in just a moment because I know that your country is at the forefront of the climate change debate. But I do want to ask Prime Minister Plenković, because I know you have to leave a bit earlier. When we're talking about energy, your country has already indicated that you'd be willing to help neighboring countries diversify their energy supplies away from Russian sources, mainly through the expansion of LNG terminals in your own country, at Krk, for instance. Give us a sense of what progress is being made there.
Yes. Indeed, Croatia, during my first mandate as a Prime Minister, decided to finally buy an LNG terminal at the island of Krk, and it has its current capacity of 2.9 billion cubic meters. With the crisis ongoing, we have passed a strategic decision at the level of government to actually update it, or upgrade it, so to say, in order to attain 6.1 billion cubic meters. That would mean that Croatia would not only have enough LNG gas for its own needs, meaning our industry, our households, our businesses, but also over 3 billion cubic meters for our neighbors, including Slovenia, including Bosnia and Herzegovina, Hungary, or whoever would like to take profit from that situation. This will require investments also into the gas pipelines through the Repower EU and also the National Programme for Reconstruction and Resilience. I think we have more than sufficient financial means to finance these pipelines. With that, Croatia would become a strategic hub for our region. Already today, when it comes to transfer of oil, we have the Adriatic pipeline, which can provide, for instance, enough needs of oil for the refinery in Hungary in Sassalambata, for the refinery of Slovnaft in Bratislava, without any major upgrade. So Croatia has a relatively good critical infrastructure which will be improved in order to help not only ourselves but to play a regional role in the most important terms, and that is the cooperative manner of participation in international affairs rather than the conflictual one that is always advocated by the authoritarian regimes.
So Croatia is certainly willing, able to play a leading role here in Europe on this very critical front, something that you, President Johannesson, have been doing. Iceland is actually, climate change is a top priority for you for obvious reasons. You have very ambitious goals aiming for carbon neutrality even before the Paris Climate Agreement stipulates for it. And from what I understand, already renewable energy sources already are the major source of energy in your country. What can we in Europe, what can these countries on stage and also assembled here in the audience learn from the Icelandic experience, other than that you're very far away?
All right, yes. Let's look at what we do in Iceland when it comes to energy and security. But before we jump to conclusions about how brilliant and great that is, let's put things into perspective. Security, yes. Don't worry about an army. We don't have an army. Don't worry too much about neighbors. We're an island in the middle of the North Atlantic. This gets you nowhere. We are a member of NATO. We have a defense agreement with the United States of America. And we know from bitter history that when the security and peace of the whole continent and the whole wide world is threatened, we are threatened as well, even though it might not necessarily affect us directly. So whenever there is war in Europe, we cannot sit back and relax and tell to ourselves, we don't have an army, we're in the middle of the North Atlantic, we're doing fine. No. The war in Ukraine confirms yet again that the security of us all is threatened when security of one nation is threatened. Same goes for energy. You might be eager to follow the Icelandic example. All right, live on a volcanic island with plenty of glaciers and waterfalls. Use your hydropower, use your geothermal energy, utilize that. It doesn't work like that. But the Icelandic example shows, however, that we can move in this direction and we can join hands. I had the honor a few days ago of taking part in a milestone trip in Iceland. And it was so pleasurable for multiple reasons, but also because we connected an Icelandic experience and Slovenian know-how. What is this I'm talking about? Yes, I was the first passenger on an electric plane by a company called Pipistrel. So thank you, Slovenia, for that invention, because, and you should thank them as well. And thank you, President Pahor. This day concludes my state visit here in Iceland, and I've had a lovely reception in Slovenia. So this is an international conference. You will return home to your home countries, many of you, and our hosts will say to themselves rightly that it was a wonderful event, but some of you will get the question, all right, CO2 emissions, how much was that? Did you come on a private jet? Did you leave on a private jet? Let's talk about that. So moving towards green energy in aviation is a big step forward, not only to avoid such difficult questions, but to make the world a better place. So as we move together in this direction, we can use the experience of all. We have know-how when it comes to geothermal and hydropower. Here in Slovenia, we're advancing aviation and the use of electric planes. So I would be, in conclusion, have reason for optimism, and we do not, as the Prime Minister of Slovenia rightly mentioned, we do not need a war to get us going. We need to do this anyhow. We don't need a crisis to take the right decisions. But it might spur us on, but it's not a necessary impetus. So finally, if we think about CO2 as well, CO2 emissions, planes flying over the sky, etc., we need to think in solutions as well there. And because you mentioned and asked about Iceland, I'm happy to talk about my country for as long as you want. We are able to give you good examples there as well. We can capture CO2 in the atmosphere. It's perfectly possible. We can capture it, we can drill it underground. We're doing this in Iceland right now, where it's turned into stone. It doesn't solve our problems, doesn't mean that we can stop worrying about CO2, but this is a reply, an answer to a difficult question. So just to conclude, because we have young leaders here in the audience, I back home I sometimes have discussions with young leaders, with people who worry about the future of our planet. And they say, we're going to strike. We're going to strike to emphasize that this cannot go on. And I say, fine. Strike is fine. It brings attention to the world's problems. But you cannot go on strike for the rest of your time at college or at university. We need something else. So find the answers to the difficult questions. Become a scientist, become an engineer, become an activist who looks for answers, but after having protested. It comes together. So thank you, young leaders, for taking part in this with us. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister Edi Rama, we've been talking a lot and primarily, if not exclusively, about the war in Ukraine and its ramifications.
First of all, I didn't dare to say they have no neighbors. He said it. Now imagine the Balkans if we had no neighbors. Be in a paradise, right?
I highlighted, Eddie, that exactly this is part of the equation.
But then we probably wouldn't have the Bled Strategic Forum, and that would be a loss.
No, because we would not need a strategy. We would kill ourselves easy. Not the neighbors anymore, but ourselves.
Well, on that optimistic note, I was still back to the war, obviously, at hand. And Prime Minister, the sanctions, obviously, is something that Europe has shown perhaps unexpected resolve, very unified on that front with a few cracks here and there. Albania, actually, not an EU member quite yet, but still you have fully aligned yourself with all EU sanctions on Russia, and therefore may have also become a target yourself. We just read recently 2 Russians and a Ukrainian national arrested trying to enter a military plant in Albania. Are you on the forefront of, you said Albania itself, obviously in and of itself cannot change much, you're playing your small part, but clearly you have become a hostile entity from the Kremlin point of view.
Listen, we have aligned with the EU foreign policy since day one, and will continue to be aligned. We are usually very loyal to the empires. We were the last to leave the Ottoman Empire, even after the Ottoman themselves left it. We were the last to leave the Stalin Empire after the Soviets left it 30 years before. And we will be the last to leave the Western Empire, by no doubt.
How do you explain this loyalty?
Because we are good people. And because in in our code, the first constitution of the Albanians, the word given is just equal to honor. If you don't honor your word, you don't have honor anymore. So we gave this word to the European Union and to the United States. They gave us many words, and sometimes they keep, sometimes they don't keep, but they have a different sense of honor than us. We are too much primitive in that. They are. I want to say about the question. First of all, Albania is very unique also in that we don't have gas. We don't need Russian gas. That's why we can be very, very tough on Russia, because we don't need gas. Our history was such that we don't have any kind of feeling anymore about Russia, because in the Soviet Empire, the Stalin monument was teared down, or let's say taken graciously out in the 60s. We had Stalin even after Berlin Wall falls. So and we are 100% renewable, by the way. So our energy production is 100% hydro, which is very good when God is in bad mood and he cries, which is terrible when God is laughing all the time and there are no tears, because dry seasons mean imports, and import mean that we are affected by the prices. But we have taken a decision, I think a brave one, I don't know, time will show if it's brave or it's stupid, to not touch the price of energy for the household and for the small business. So we are fully covering the gap, which is quite painful for the Albanian budget, which is, less than Cristiano Ronaldo's budget. But still, we succeed to keep going in this. And so, on the other hand, by not having raised the price of energy an inch or a dime, we have the lowest inflation so far in the region. It looks good when you see it technically, but of course it's not good when you see it in the Albanian way, because it should be always better, and there is no doubt about that. So the problem I see is how much, because it's not about, you mentioned, after I spoke, you mentioned Scholz. I was not talking about Scholz when I said Germany, because Scholz is the leader. And in terms of the leadership in the European Union so far, the response has been very, very clear, very strong, very tough, very everything.
You're talking about the public. I'm
talking about the public. Because the difference between Scholz and Putin is that the public cannot oust Putin. The public can oust Scholz. So democracies, or a coalition of democracies fighting an autocracy, where there is no room even to pass truthful information, while here Russian propaganda, although have been taken some measures, can flow all the way, and the debate between different parties about should we send weapons, should we not, has started, makes it quite vulnerable as a situation. But as I said, when big crisis hit, them who are in the biggest trouble are the rich, not the poor, because the poor have a much higher threshold of pain and have a much more sense of resilience. And I see the Balkans being completely fair, loyal, and standing behind Ukraine all the way. The rest, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And I think while we go into Moldova, the analogy about the budget with Cristiano Ronaldo now sitting on the bench most of the time, it makes it even more unfair.
Let's not talk about fairness. It will be very difficult to get out of this fair and unfair. I have nothing against Cristiano Ronaldo, by the way, just to make it sure that you don't get it as I'm not behaving like a betrayed Juventino. I'm just simply saying that our budgets are very, very modest compared to the big task. And not being in the European Union, we cannot say what the Prime Minister said. He said the European Union or the European Commission should cover for that. Mm-hmm. We cannot ask for that. I hope that the European Union will not make the shameful the shameful mistake of during the pandemic when they thought just about how to distribute vaccines among themselves and forgot completely about us. And we are in the middle of Europe. We are not EU, but we are E, although we are not U. So we are surrounded by EU borders. EU, in my knowledge, I'm not very knowledgeable in general because I'm an artist, but yeah, I'm an artist, so artists should not be very knowledgeable, otherwise they don't have inspiration anymore. Because inspiration is mostly fueled by ignorance, I guess. So I think that the European Union is the first ever geographical reality in the history of maps, with one outside border and with one inside border. And guess what? Within the inside borders, it's Europe, not you, not EU. But it's us. And we are trouble. Everyone knows that we are trouble. And, but at the same time, when we are in trouble, we are in our own, basically. I hope this will change. I hope this will change. I followed, as always, with big attention what President Pahor said. He has always the capacity to touch in the right points. And I don't believe that what's happening will make Europe accelerate the accession. This will not happen, I think, although I'll welcome it for geopolitical reasons. But I hope and I wish that European Union will be much more open to create a much more inclusive space when it comes to face the dramas. Because they cannot say, align with our foreign policy, be tough on Russia, but you don't have any help to confront the consequences like the European Union members have. They cannot do anymore, I hope, for their own sake, for their own honor, what they did during the pandemic, as I said. We were there watching, and vaccines were going all over, and we have relatives everywhere. As you know, we are small countries, but we are everywhere. So we know it's from everywhere. And they didn't say even give us some few vaccines for our nurses. Right. So, and what happened? Geopolitics. We ran towards the third actors. Yeah. In every speech, I know that it's becoming disturbing, but I have to finish. In every speech, you say, help the Balkans, be with us, not be interfered, penetrated, whatever you call it, by third actors. For the vaccines, Serbs ran to China and to Russia. We ran to Turkey, and without President Erdogan, we would have had many more lives lost. So this is the reality. I hope Europe has made its own lessons, and I hope the public opinion will allow Europe to go all the way.
So Albania is EU, not you yet. That also pertains to Moldova, and I do want to bring the president in, of course. President Sandu, the links with Russia in Moldova are quite strong, are quite historic. Obviously, we're not even talking about the pro-Russian breakaway region of Transnistria, which is backing the war in Ukraine. But you are leading the pro-EU forces. You've won the election. Foreign Minister Lavrov, interestingly, compared your country to Ukraine, blaming the Europeans, saying you are turning Moldova into another Ukraine, implying that you're trying to stir up troubles, expand your sphere of influence. I want to get your take on that. I want to get your response.
Well, we keep hearing different kind of statements from Moscow these days, these weeks, these months, which are not always adequate, and sometimes they disrespect our sovereignty. Of course, we are in a difficult situation because we are in the region very close to the war, because Moldova has been going years and years through this propaganda, or the propaganda was a big problem for Moldova for a very long time, and we have people who still don't see the reality, though this war is changing the situation. We also have a very high energy dependency, and this is because this is an issue that you have discussed at length, and I just want to say that we all need to learn our lessons when it comes to energy. Here in Moldova, we definitely have learned the lesson, and we have been trying to work hard on the diversification, but this is not easy to do quickly, especially when you have such a market with such high prices. And the projects that we have started are going to show results in a few years. In the meantime, it's extremely difficult, and this is what makes us very vulnerable. And this is what the pro-Russian political forces are trying to use to destabilize the country. I also believe that EU should learn its lessons when it comes to energy. Of course, we like the idea when the EU announced that it is going to create a platform to purchase collectively gas, but it still needs to become operational. And then the question is about the prices, because today in Moldova, we pay 10 times more than what we're paying 1.5 year ago. And you can imagine what's the impact on population, because Moldova is a poor country, energy consumption accounts for a big share of people's budgets, and such increases have dramatic implications. And as much as the budget wants to support, it cannot compensate all these increases. And my question is, where the price is going to stop this winter. For instance, the price for gas, it's already very high. What is the EU doing about it? Can it do anything? Because it happens that those who are selling gas are selling less gas, but are making more money because of these crazy prices. And it's difficult to call these market prices. So I think we need to think more seriously and to see what we can do short term. It's clear what we need to do mid-term and long term. We do need to move faster to the green energy. We do need to diversify and so on. But then how do we make sure that short term this energy war does not damage our democracies. And I mean here fragile democracies like Moldova, but also some democracies in Europe. So that's a big issue for us, but this is a big issue for everyone, I guess, in the region. Otherwise, of course, we're going to continue to resist, and it's extremely important for us to keep peace in Moldova. And it's extremely important to make sure that we can provide some energy security to people, because this will help us maintain the stability in the country. And maintaining the stability is important for us, first of all, but it's also important for our neighbors, Ukraine and Romania.
Absolutely. Solidarity here is absolute key. Prime Minister Plenković unfortunately had to leave a little early for a bilateral meeting, but we are also already anyway in the final stretches of this very interesting debate. 15 minutes left, and we talked a lot about Ukraine, but I want to end on, which is not a contradiction, but actually an extension, Prime Minister Golob, about Europe, about the future of Europe and in particular enlargement. We've already talked about that the war in Ukraine perhaps has accelerated the desire for green transition. It also seems to have accelerated the urgency on the part of Brussels to bring in the new members and not lose them in this fight for sphere of influence to Russia, to Moscow. We've seen Albania, after a very, very long time of waiting, has finally started accession talks with Albania. We're obviously in Moldova in June. EU member states have granted Moldova EU candidate status, same with along with Ukraine Prime Minister. Has Europe found a new purpose? If we're thinking pre-war, a lot of bickering about migration, even on this stage last year, Euro crisis, a lot of hurt feelings. Has the war in Ukraine brought the continent, has Europe together and the European Union closer together, and perhaps also served as a wake-up call?
I need to pick my words carefully now.
But beyond.
So yes, maybe that's how it seems, but that's not necessarily also the whole truth. only the time will tell. So we do have a momentum right now, but how that materializes, it's going to be, I think we will see it in like 6 months, 12 months at latest. And Edi is rather skeptic about it because he has lots of experience when coming to rapid solutions when dealing with the European Commission. And he's rightfully so skeptic. But the good news is that, yes, maybe because of Ukraine and because of lots of, not just attention, but lots of sympathies, this whole case is actually generating within the younger population in rich Europe. Okay? Maybe for that particular reason, the enlargement of European Union takes a step forward. But let's not forget that for the last 15 years, there were no steps. So that brings you some perspective into what not really an obstacle, it's more of a, let's call it a mental blockade that we within the EU have when it comes to enlargement. So personally, I believe we will need to find a new way, even though they do say, all of them say, no, we don't need a new way. I do believe we need a new way which will be comprised of many small steps, but very concrete steps forward to the final accession at the end of the day. But I don't think any country has patience to wait for another 20 years or 30 years to get there. All of them, they just lose faith and then stop at a certain time. So we need to, there's another fatigue that especially the Western Balkans are facing at the moment, and we shall not really overlook that.
And there's certainly many countries knocking on the door: Bosnia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Kosovo, Serbia. Obviously, all these countries are trying to join the European Union at a time, Prime Minister, when Russia for certain, but also China is trying to expand its sphere of influence here in this part of the world. You have been an EU candidate since 2014, it's 2022 now, and finally the EU is saying, let's start accession talks. First of all, it's a good news, I would assume. These are great news for your country, but I'm also hearing in your answers bittersweet.
First of all, I have to correct a bit the Prime Minister. I'm not skeptical. I'm tragically optimistic. No, it's if you reflect upon it, it's a category that I invite you to consider if you are part of this region. Because skeptical means cynical. Tragically pessimistic means suicide. Tragically optimistic means, yes, it's tragic, but we have to dance. That's the thing. And it's I think, the spirit of the Balkans. Balkans are tragically optimistic. You know, people that don't know how life is in the Balkans, they pity us. We pity them because although many times, sorry my French, our life is fucked up, we are never boring or bored. So this being said, I want to say that no, it's not true that the war accelerated the yes for Albania. It's not true. The war didn't accelerate anything because the yes for Albania was there if Bulgaria was not there. And Bulgaria, of course, is there. And was there and kidnapped North Macedonia and Albania long ago, while all the others were ready finally to say yes, for us, after 8 years. But being tragically optimistic means it's tragic to wait 8 years, but it's good to be optimistic because there is worse. 17 years for North Macedonia, so it can always be worse. So better you smile and go forward. So it was Bulgaria that created this, not Russia. And NATO country that kidnapped 2 NATO countries while the war started. Maybe this war made our European friends, especially Emmanuel Macron, who was also president of the council in that period, be more keen to lose his sleep completely. I was with him 24 hours in the NATO summit to convince the Bulgarians that this was not a good idea. And this was solved. And the last, I have to say this. Being tragically optimistic is also connected with another fact. We don't have another choice. We have only one choice. And when people say to me, thank you for being so patient, I say, did we have another choice? No. So we have to be patient and we have to keep going. For one reason and only one reason. The European Union is the only safe place to be for countries like us. I believe also for countries like them, France and Germany and everyone else. But because they've been spoiled for a while, not having any more war, getting rich and rich and rich and rich and so on, they have their troubles with that notion. For us, there is no trouble. There is only one destination, the European Union, being in this century, in the other, and that. And as I said, we will go there even if there is not anybody anymore. We'll go there.
Tragically optimistic. President Sandu, as we say, your country, along with Ukraine, was granted EU candidate status, a resounding victory for you, who has been fighting the fight for many years in your country. This must be very gratifying, but are you expecting in times like these, we are in the midst of war, are you expecting perhaps some, for lack of a better term, preferential treatment, sort of a fast track, so that we don't, and by we I mean of course Europe, we don't lose countries like yours to the sphere of influence of the Kremlin?
We don't expect a preferential treatment, and this is what I was saying when we were asking for the candidate status, that we are determined to implement the reforms. This is what we promised to our citizens, first of all. But at the same time, I do believe that EU should be interested in the enlargement, because EU is a peace project, first of all, and it's in everyone's interest for this peace project to extend. As I've mentioned, to us in this region, we don't believe that the threats coming from Russia are going to reduce soon enough. So surviving as a democracy, consolidating our democratic processes and institutions can be done within EU. I mean, our chances, of course, or saving our democracy, we can do it in EU. And again, it should be in the interest of EU to have more democratic countries than fewer. We are not looking for shortcuts. We have to implement the reforms. We are already working on justice sector reforms and on fighting corruption. And here on fighting corruption, we do need to have a more common approach with the EU, because people who stole money from Moldova, some of them have been buying expensive properties in the EU countries. So we can actually be more efficient and effective in fighting corruption by not allowing the dirty money from fragile democracies like Moldova to enter the consolidated democracies, and especially the EU countries. So this is one of the issues that we also need to consider together, because this dirty money is used to undermine the state institutions in our fragile democracies, to undermine the efforts to clean up justice, to strengthen the capacity and the independence of the anti-corruption institutions. But we are determined to do our work. On the other hand, we believe that the EU countries should see the opportunity to expand the peace project.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I know tough times ahead for all of us, your country as well, but you're fighting through and leading the way with exemplary leadership. Certainly one to look out for. We're almost out of time, but President Johannesson, I do want to bring you in, of course, shortly. You are a NATO country. Actually, some might know this. You're actually a founding member of NATO, not necessarily part of the EU, but has these times, these extraordinary times, have these times brought your country closer to the continent, not geographically, but certainly in spirit, in times like these. Well, what is the mood in your country? How would you assess it? Do you feel more European than ever?
Well, just like Prime Minister Golob, I need to choose my words carefully. We have a game back home in Iceland played between kids and youngsters where one person asks a question and the other one has to reply, but you're not allowed to say yes, you're not allowed to say no, you're not allowed to say black, you're not allowed to say white. And I always feel like this when I'm asked about Iceland and membership of the European Union. As head of state, I do not control politics from day-to-day basis. We have a prime minister and a cabinet and, of course, parliament. And at the end of the day, anything to do with potential membership of the European Union will be the decision of the Icelandic people and the Icelandic people alone. There is stronger realization of the need for Western unity after the war in Ukraine. But I think I'm safe to say that attitudes on EU membership have not been affected that much one way or another in the aftermath of that terrible conflict. Iceland enjoys a good relationship with the EU through the European Economic Area. And of course, we never know what the future holds for us, and we need to be cautiously optimistic or tragically optimistic or negatively optimistic or somehow optimistic. At least the future is there for us to shape it. What I would certainly be willing to stress, and without entering any internal politics in my home country, is the fact that we should expect the leadership of the European Union to strive for a good, healthy relationship with all countries in Europe, whether they are members of the EU or not, just like we are, and we seem to be doing okay. I always get the question, like, how are you doing so well? How are you doing so well? And there we are, outside the EU. But again, I'm not telling you that this is a blueprint for all.
They're strongly in spirit. We only have 30 seconds, Prime Minister. This might be a challenge, but you have proven here that you're not a conventional politician. You said it yourself. You're an artist. You've actually had professional exhibitions throughout this world. If you had to depict Europe in one painting, what would it look like?
I give the 30 seconds to him, so he has 1 minute.
He's funnier. He's funnier. Don't waste it.
Huh?
He's going to get the last word anyway.
I'm funnier, yeah. Because I'm not in the EU yet, that's why. In one painting,
What would Europe look like in the painting that you would draw? 30 seconds.
No, I would not dare to draw it, but I would say, for the moment, it looks like Lucio Fontana hole in the toil. Let's see what is in the hole, up to the time to see if in the hole there is the big lights, or we are in deep blood.
Prime Minister Golob, this is your first Bled Strategic Forum. You've just taken on the helm of Prime Minister, made the transition from the private sector. What has surprised you the most?
Just two words. Don't do it. 3 words. Don't do it. Do not make a transition.
Politics. Don't go into politics. Okay. Well, on that uplifting note...
I fully disagree with that. If people that are able to say don't do it, they don't go in politics, then imagine what politics would be. If it's bad, can be much worse. So thanks God there are people that think don't do it and they do it. So
an honest broker. I'm an honest broker, meaning that I tell the truth. Now, yes, it could be.
I'm not saying you are lying. I'm just saying that your truth is just not acceptable. That's it. You're honest, but being honest, it's not enough to be right.
This sounds like a...
Sometimes honest people can be so wrong that they can create big damages, but it's not your case.
I'm not going to enter this Balkan dispute, but
throw some eyes in the Balkan Raki now. Come on.
Okay. This sounds like a fascinating discussion which should be continued.
Say the truth. Are you really happy to leave, or you want to stay more here?
Well,
say the truth.
Believe it or not, we could do this for another hour, and I would enjoy myself.
No, I believe it. I just thought you would not say it. Yeah.
No. I fully have enjoyed myself. In case this wasn't clear, but unfortunately,
where are you from? Where are you from?
We'll continue this.
Okay.
I'm a U.S.-educated German of Turkish descent. So
that's why you have a sense of humor. Because you have Turkish roots. You're not just an American. Yeah.
Well, the Turkish roots, they call for humor sometimes. So. On that note, this sounds like a fascinating discussion, which I'd be happy to continue this evening if you are around. But I think, make no mistake about it, and I thank obviously the distinguished gentleman and also President Sandu, of course, who's joining us, of course. And it's good to have a laugh. And I think it's necessary to have a laugh and to uplift this moods of depression that we're in so often and throughout 6 months now, that it almost, and I could feel it from this audience, that there's a relief, but there's also gratitude. There's also gratitude that, yes, this is a difficult time, but we're also allowed to laugh, and we should not forget to enjoy ourselves. And thank you, Prime Minister, for certainly contributing to it. Prime Minister Robert Golog, President Johannesson, Prime Minister Plenković, Prime Minister Rama, President Sandu, and of course, President Zelensky. Thank you so much for a very memorable and wonderful session. Thank you. Thank you.
It was your merit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because with me on stage is now my esteemed colleague Nick Gowan, whom you all know, of course, who's also been a BSF regular and who's going to take over now.
Please, before you just depart, I need to emphasize to you what's going to happen after you've got some air, some water, something better if you can. In about 20 minutes, there are so many challenges facing Europe. The weaponization of chaos. We heard it from the foreign minister. We heard it from the president. The fragility that there is now of Europe. We have 13 foreign ministers and the vice president of the European Parliament. So please do return, because this is about how our societies, our politicians are going to confront the instabilities coming down the track in the next weeks and months. Enjoy your fresh air and listen for the bell.
arrived 2 hours ago. Taking advantage. No, but I'm leaving today, but we are having a bilateral at the end. I've already met the speaker. And it looks that you are making a very good forum about their life with this announcement.
See you later.
See you.
Very nice to meet you. Likewise. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Thanks for the invitation. Yeah. Oh, hi.
Hello. How are you?
How are you?
Good.
You just arrived?
Just arrived.
So where's
Luanda. No, I was here last year. Last year? I think
No? Then you should I just jump out and do that.
muito gosto. Estive com o Carlos de França, Bogotá. Strange language. European Union.
When you were there, I don't have the number by you.
Oh, by the French Secret Service?
How did you know? And they're very efficient.
Good 3 years. It's blue sky, perfect temperature, 12 months of the year. I had a beautiful house on the lake. I was with Roberto Marini.
45 Aha, ne vem.
Built a new capital so he was still feeling the loss after 60 years. That area, so next to the city.
Je pensais pas la vie d'un clair, c'est
São Paulo, São Paulo is 40% of the GDP. It's got a bigger economy than India.
Ladies and gentlemen, the forum will be continuing shortly with the panel, How Many Europes in Europe? Ladies and gentlemen, the forum will be continuing shortly with the panel, How Many Europes in Europe? Ladies and gentlemen, the forum will be continuing shortly with the panel, How Many Europes in Europe? Ladies and gentlemen, the forum will be continuing shortly with the panel, How Many Europes in Europe?
But I want you to jump in on each other. We haven't managed to speak, but do feel you're able to jump in on each other. If you want to disagree. I'm Nick Gowing, and my job for the next couple of hours is to build on much that we've been hearing already. The focus inevitably has been on Ukraine, but the damage and the threat that there is to the European Union, to the European institutions, to so much that we take for granted by the weaponization of chaos which is coming from Putin is enormous. You've heard from the Slovenian president, you've heard from the prime minister, you've heard from the foreign minister as well. And let me urge you to read the Bled Strategic Times, which has some excellent pieces which really frame much of what we're going to talk about. As you can see, we have 8 guests on the platform, and that's because so many people have wanted to talk at the Bled Strategic Forum. I've been coming for many years. It's wonderful to see everybody. When I was last here 2 years ago, people were sitting 3 seats apart. But that shows, including the number of people who are outside and probably getting fresh air, that shows the enormity of the challenge that there is. And we're benefiting from the fact that many of the ministers are going to the Gymnich in the Czech Republic in a couple of days. So what we want to do is help frame the kind of thinking that there is. And you've heard from Foreign Minister Fajon setting the tone, the future should not be taken for granted. There are shared values, all of which are at risk. And I'd put to you, I'm doing a lot of work on thinking the unthinkable, thinking the unpalatable, that actually what we're facing in many of our countries in the coming months is going to be real societal unrest. Not physically necessarily on the streets, but deep disillusionment, deep anxiety, which is going to put enormous pressures both on the European institutions and the national governments. And the ability of politicians to handle this at the kind of speed that we've all been witnessing. If we'd been here a few months ago, would we be talking about 10%, 18% inflation? Would we have been talking about a shortage of food, not just the price of food, but a shortage of food? And so it goes on. So this is broader than Ukraine, but obviously much of it depends on what is happening. These are dark times, and I'd put to you potentially very dark times, and how in the glory of Bled on an autumnal day like this, even though it's pretty warm, can we envisage what really many of people in our societies are going to be facing coming up? And we've heard from the Prime Minister that a string of crises is beginning to take its toll on the EU's resilience and ability and solidarity, putting the solidarity to the test. And let me remind you, you've heard it once already, but let me remind you, and we've got the Minister of State from Paris here, let me remind you what President Macron said a few days ago. He talked about the end of abundance and the end of carefree times. That's why this is a massive societal challenge, potentially, for all of us. And we heard from Prime Minister Morawiecki, who was here on the platform 2 years ago at the Munich Security Conference. He described it's the end of a 2-decade geopolitical nap. In other words, we've all been asleep for the last 2 decades when these realities have been building, quite apart from Ukraine as well. So it is about the ability to react quickly. The expectations of those who vote for the politicians about what politicians can really deliver and whether they can deliver it at speed, whether within national parliaments, within regional parliaments, or certainly within the European Union. And I give them all notice that the question I'd like to ask them right at the beginning is, how is Europe coping? How are your governments coping? How are you as ministers coping as well? And much of this is, as I say, published in the Bled Times. To maximize impact, I'm actually going to sit with my back to you so I can look at the ministers. And so don't see that as a sign of disrespect for you. It's a way of me actually being able to eyeball them to make sure we stay absolutely on message. Who do we have joining us today? Well, from the left, we have from France, Laurence Boone, who is the Minister of State for European Affairs. Welcome. From Austria, we have Alexander Schallenberg. Welcome. The Minister for European Affairs and International Affairs. Welcome. From Spain, Jose Manuel Albares Bueno. Welcome. Foreign Affairs and European Cooperative Minister. From Turkey, welcome. Turkey? Turkey. All right. Cavasoglu, welcome. It's very nice to see you. From Slovenia, Tanja again, Fajon. From Poland, Zbigniew Rau, welcome. From Iceland, Thordis Gylfadottir, who has to leave in 45 minutes. She's driving to Milan. Not taking a plane, she knows a safer way to get to Milan. And also from Portugal, Joao Cravinho, Foreign Minister. But what I'd like to do, because most of you unfortunately weren't able to see and hear what the Commission President was saying earlier, I'd just like to keep summarizing a little bit of what has been said, because this is a very direct challenge to the conformist state of mind that most people in government and most people in institutions are facing at the moment. You can be involved as well. I've got a laptop here. You can send me messages, questions via YouTube on the chat line on live stream. That's via YouTube. And because 13 foreign ministers wanted to be involved in this, we're going to elide this into a second panel in about an hour from now. So see this as a continuing process of trying to get to the root of ideas, the way new ideas can be confronted by the politicians who are elected and the governments who are elected as well. It is going to be a matter with a number of very difficult elections coming up in Sweden in a couple of weeks, for example, in Italy as well, in many other countries. It's going to be a time of political pressure and political change, which takes us into the climate emergency. 14,000 firefighters here in Slovenia back in June, fighting fires down at the ocean. How resilient are EU member states? What are the new security arrangements we have to be considering? And can we do it fast enough? What about what Putin may do next, including the use and the escalation of what he plans to do? There's a meeting going on at the moment, as you know, of defense ministers in the Czech Republic. It's about migration. It's about the issues of food security as well. We mustn't get tied down only by Ukraine in this discussion, but it's about the ability of the organizations you all know so well to handle this, to build on the enormity, and picking up the points that were made right at the beginning of the day. How vulnerable are those institutions to public pressure, and how much is public confidence going to be maintained in them? And then we move on to the Balkans as well. There's an enormous amount to get to. And I've said to them, no speeches. This is about conversation as much as possible. Don't imagine you're in a Council of Ministers meeting. So I want them to bounce off each other if possible. So those are the kind of areas, but please add issues to what I've listed there, which is a very incomplete list. But let me, if I may, Laurence, come to you first, because of what abundance. Can you hear me? The end of abundance.
I can hear you, and I think you now can hear me too. Yeah. A few things. First, I mean, you've been having a very dramatic tone, sort of putting, highlighting from different angles.
It's a dramatic time.
It is, but highlighting from different angles how the European Union and the European family at large could be affected. So let me first remind you that each time there is a crisis, each time there is a challenge, external observers always put into question the European unity. This happened in the financial crisis, it happened again in the Eurozone sovereign crisis, it happened again in the COVID crisis, and even then now it's also being put into question. So when looking through the European Union history and the European family, each time the EU has reacted more forcefully, more quickly, and in a much more impressive way. And the Ukraine response was dramatic, it was big, it was fast. So that I wanted to highlight first. The second, and you talk about the society of abundance.
It didn't necessarily see what's coming.
But it reacted, and I think you're right, we can perhaps be more proactive, which I think in this energy crisis, and this is related to your abundance question, is very important. The Fit for 55 package is about getting out of our dependency from Russia. It's about getting out of our dependency of any type of fossil fuel. And that is what will ensure our energy sovereignty. And getting out of the society of abundance is just now realizing that commodities, whether it's energy, water, others, this is not limitless. We have to take care of our environment, and we have to take care of what we make, what type of usage we make. And in energy, and I'll finish with that, in energy, I think, again, three things on the speedy reaction we're having. First one, consuming less. That is about abundance, being careful. And I think all of us here are reducing our energy consumption, and we have plan. And this plan, it has been negotiated in 3 days, just 3 days. Then the next step is a platform for common purchases, and that will show unity. And the third one is about solidarity in exchanging energy. And I think we do have some bilateral and plurilateral plans. We now need to have a much more cohesive European plan.
Right. Thank you for the moment. Alexander Schallenberg, you have shared with me, or your office has shared with me, a document which you've put on the agenda a couple of months ago, talking about the urgency and the anxiety that you, certainly in Vienna, have been feeling. What is your assessment of how the political class is handling this? It's easy to be complacent. It's easy to be self-satisfied. But actually, are there lessons which are really quite dramatic, which is you've got to move faster, you've got to move more decisively and be more radical?
Well, I mean, to a certain degree, we are decisive. Yes, the geopolitical seismograph in Vienna is kicking out. 500 kilometers away from us is Ukraine. 500 kilometers to the south, we have Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we are surrounded by possible potential crisis areas. And if you ask me, for instance, about a geopolitical moment of the European Union, I would say to a certain degree, yes, it depends on the standpoint you take. But as far as neighborhood is concerned, for the time being, we have not delivered. We have not delivered as far as the Western Balkans is concerned. Eastern Partnership is in shambles. So we still have, there's no room for complacency, absolutely. We still have to get our act together. But you know what? We in Europe are world champions in painting everything black. We are world champions in talking ourselves into a crisis. What we need now, I presume, most, is a little bit more self-esteem, a little bit more, a more realistic perception and courage. Because if the pandemic has proven anything, and I remember I was part of the telephone conferences, and probably most of us, in March when we had our lockdowns and first measures, we were more flexible than we believed ourselves, we were more resilient than we believed. Technology worked. I remember we had these telephone conferences within the Austrian government saying, if everybody goes online at the same time, internet will break down in Austria. Well, it didn't. Actually, if the pandemic has taught us anything, is that we are more resilient and better than we actually believe ourselves.
Is that now embedded, you believe, in response to what is going on and the urgency and the nature and the scale of what is coming down the track? It's not about painting it black. It's about being not pessimistic or optimistic, but being realistic.
I believe it's not embedded yet. If you look at the media, if you look at the European media, sometimes I say jokingly, Vladimir Putin made one strategic mistake. They read Western media and they believed them. And if we are masters in belittling ourselves, in overpainting and overdrawing, the differences we have. But now what we need the next couple of months is keep our nerves. What Borrell talks about the strategic patience. We have put together extremely fast 6 sanctions packages. We have reacted in a way where even ourselves, I believe to a certain degree, we have been surprised by the unity. And now come the difficulties of the plane. Now come the real difficulties the next couple of months, and we have to stick together. Complacency and divisions are the biggest enemies, and they're from within the European Union, not from outside.
What we heard earlier from Slovenia is your concern that actually this is a vulnerability, that actually there's over-optimism about that. So I'll come to you in a moment, if I may, Deputy Prime Minister. Let me just go to Spain. You will be the presidency of the EU next year, second half, after Sweden. What are you envisaging? I mean, 9 months is a long time in European politics now. Think of where we were 9 months ago. What kind of bracing are you now doing in Madrid, and the expectation of what you're going to have to confront? And I come back again to the societal anger, to the societal unrest and disillusionment with the capacity of politicians to handle this, even if you can't suddenly reduce gas prices.
Definitely, it's very complicated in this volatile and very complex environment to foresee where we will be 10 months from now. But providing that unless something positively dramatic happens, we will be still with the war in Ukraine and with the spillover of all the consequences. Our presidency will have one main target, is to keep unity within the European Union. And in order to do that, we will have to fight, first of all, against inequality, to keep social and territorial cohesion, to make sure that no one is left behind because of the consequences of.
Do you fear that that is being understated at the moment?
It could happen. It could happen, and it's something that we will have to look in front. If Europe doesn't protect Europeans, Europeans might detach from Europe. So our presidency will have that as a great focus. And secondly, we must make sure that Europe can stand as we know it today. In order to do that, we need an energy market reform to make one single European energy market, and the voice of Europe must be heard around the world. And we have to be next to those regions in the world that usually are close to us, that we need them to keep our way of living, but that they are looking at this crisis and they don't know where to head towards. And I'm thinking about Latin America, and I'm thinking about the Mediterranean.
But I'm again picking up on what the Foreign Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, has written in the Strategic Times, saying very clearly, the future should not be taken for granted. This time last year, we kind of took it for granted. Through the autumn, through the fall, into the early new year, we weren't talking about 10%, 18% inflation. The future potentially is going to be very rocky. Again, do you feel confident that, and I'm using this generically, the political class can handle this?
I don't think we take the future anymore for granted. We know that what's happening right now, it's also two models facing each other. The European model of diversity, democracy, or an authoritarian model. And on the other hand, we know that we are heading towards something very much unexpected. But what's really embedded, not only in politicians around Europe, but in European citizens, is that the best way of getting out of all this crisis is together and united, as we did it with COVID, and we know that that's the right recipe.
What I need to ask all of you is there a danger of taking that for granted? Let me come to you, Minister, if I may. What's your view about the ability of you in the political class to handle all of this with the intensity, the urgency that the public is expecting?
Thanks. Well, actually, there is a really serious problem there, which is that we in Europe have a tendency to do exceptionally well when we're faced with the crisis, when we're in the crisis. And the various crises that Laurence mentioned, I think, are good examples of that. However, we're much less capable of identifying at a distance what we need to be doing, where we need to be facing. Ukraine's an obvious example. Our colleagues from the countries that are closest to Ukraine read Putin much better than we did further away, and all credit to them, but we did very little before.
Is that complacency?
That was clearly complacency at the time, and we have other areas of complacency where in issue areas which are of vital importance for us. Climate change, the breakdown of international law, the multilateral international order, these are vital for the European Union, and we need to be focusing much more on them.
But as you raised it, let me put it to you, the July 5,000-word document from Putin last year made it very clear what he was planning to do. He was unambiguous. How is it possible that that can be ignored? Is that complacency, lack of willingness to take risk, lack of willingness to look over the horizon with the kind of urgency that's needed? What I'm trying to get from you is how we can raise the game within the institutions there are at the moment.
It was on that occasion, it was cognitive dissonance. I was in the Munich Security Conference in February, 1 week before the invasion, and the opinion of most of these highly specialized politicians and think tankers was that unlikely he was going to invade. So we had cognitive dissonance because it did not make sense in the way we saw the world for Putin to invade. And in fact, Putin actually made strategic mistakes along the way because his way of seeing the world is also somewhat twisted. But I think that now we're faced with this situation. We have come an extraordinarily long way in Europe with our sanctions packages. Nobody imagined this would have been possible some months ago. We haven't gone far enough in some other areas. Energy is clearly a case in point. We are failing to respond appropriately because each country is looking for its immediate energy solutions, which is natural enough. But we have a situation between France and Spain, the interlinkages, which are at the moment inhibiting Portugal and Spain from being major providers of a much more secure, energy-secure Europe. And so we have a number of areas which still show our difficulty in thinking strategically, except when we have absolutely no alternative. And when the crises are a bit further in the future, such as climate, energy, multilateral order, then we...
But we're talking potentially about a societal crisis as well, not in 6 years, but in 6 months, or even 6 weeks, if the winter starts coming at a high speed here in the Northern Hemisphere. Do you think the political class is ready for that?
It's front and foremost of the agenda of my government. I'm sure it's the same with governments around Europe. It's obviously not something that we have easy magic wand to solve, but there is little that prime ministers around Europe, little else that they're thinking of.
Now, I'm going to come to the Turkish foreign minister in a moment because he's written about the optimism. And so I want to just talk about the European institutions for the moment. What about the view from Iceland here, quite apart from what we heard in the earlier discussion, about you have 300,000 people, just over 300,000 people. Obviously, you've got a significant amount of thermal power. But when you look at all of this, how do you view the ability of the political class to handle this?
Well, thank you. First of all, we're 360,000 people. We counted in, lesser numbers because...
I was rounding it.
No, of course, we are very fortunate with our hydropower geothermal. We heat our houses with geothermal. We don't use gas, we don't use coal, and we don't import any oil from Russia. I think this is both. We went from... The timing is very bad because we were going to go from the pollutive ways to the greener ways, but then we were kind of on our way and Europe started closing things that they probably needed for some longer period of time. Of course, looking from outside to the European Union, I think that the European Union is now more back to basics. It's reminding itself, it's reminding all of their friends and allies, and it is reminding the world what it's all about. And it's about these values. And that's why I want to use my minute to talk about values. Because we've been discussing here, like, did we oversee? Did we forget to talk about it? Did we take it for granted? Well, I was actually almost told to take it for granted. I'm a generation of prosperity and hope. I'm the youngest one here. And we were basically told that this was part of history. Then it's obviously not. In my opinion, I think we talk way too little about the values. The values of the European Union, the values of what combines us. And it is good to see how united we have been since February, especially because it all comes down to these values. Iceland doesn't stand a chance in Putin's world. So that's why the headline of this is, it talks right to my heart. I mean, if it's not power of rules, Iceland doesn't stand a chance. So I think we should really focus on what unites us. I think we should never forget, not now, not in 20 years, not in 50 years, not in 120 years, that these values that we cherish, they can be taken away from us in a second. And
which takes us back to President Macron.
Yes, it does. And when it becomes a challenge and difficult to keep this unity, I think we should also put in context and remind us that, I think Macron has also said that, I put in my own words, that we at least are paying it with our currencies, while the Ukrainian people are paying it with their lives. And I just want to add, the individual freedom that it all comes down to, I think if we keep that, I think we will be able to solve all of the problems in a creative societies. And you can't be a creative society if you don't have the individual liberties and freedom of every individual. That means then you can say things that you think are stupid, you can create art that you think is ugly, but we have to cherish that. If we don't, the pragmatic issues we're trying to solve, we won't be able to solve them.
Quickly, Minister, you introduced the generation element here. What about the ability of the next generation, however you want to define it, the under 40s, under 50s, under 30s, to understand what adversity really means and how they're going to handle this and the real pressures that could put on the political class, quite apart from mental pressures as well?
Exactly. I mean, when I look at my kids, they are 6 and 10. In just a couple of months, all of a sudden I realized that their future is totally different than what I had believed and thought only some months ago. I knew about the climate crisis, I knew about the mental crisis, I knew about all kinds of crises. But now we're back to these old school evil crises that I thought would not be a part of Europe anymore. That means that it's a new time for all of us, no matter which generation it is, and it's especially a new time for our younger generation. And that is also why it's so important to cherish the creativity of each and every society, which you cannot do if you're not truly free, and you can, all the way from loving whoever you want to saying whatever you want, to be able to tackle these challenges. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to do so. But if their mind can be free, I'm sure that they will tackle it probably better than us.
Let me just remind you, if you want to send me a message, please do on the YouTube streaming. You can see there's a box there and it'll come to me. So we've got about half an hour to run on this. So please, and then the next session as well. So please feel that you can contribute as well. It's much easier than trying to find a microphone and roving it around the room. Minister, let me come to you, particularly because of your role at the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. You're the chair at the moment. And given what we heard from the President here, given what we heard from the President of the Commission as well, and given Poland's position and the vast numbers of refugees you've taken, and given the concerns about what is going to happen to this region, help us understand how you see in Poland this moving at the moment.
Well, first of all, let me question your choosing of the beginning of our discussion. You were kind enough to quote President Macron, who said something about the end of abundance. I suppose this is not the most important sign of our present experience.
I also quoted your Prime Minister.
What, the end of abundance?
No, Morawiecki.
Who said what?
Who said that the West, the international community, has been caught out by a geopolitical nap, has been napping for the last 20 years.
I can agree with that, but I would like to, if you allow me, to comment on your beginning. You quoted President Macron and his phrase concerning the end of abundance. And my reading of the situation, sir, is profoundly different. It's the end. But it seems to be the end of what? Of individual freedom, the end of human dignity, the end of human rights, the end of national independence, state sovereignty, territorial integrity, and so on. These are all the things that Russia after. You have to admit it. And this is much bigger problem, existential problem, for all of us who agree with these values, because they are at the bottom of the rules-based international order. So this is the real challenge, and this is the real problem, because our standard of living, and this is very much the perspective of my country, because we underwent all these challenges that communists force us to face. It's not a matter of the end of abundance. It's the problem is the end of all these freedoms that unite us. And now, the Ukrainians are those who are defending these values with enormous determination and heroism. enormous determination. And my strong belief, sir, is that we should, with a similar determination, help them to defend themselves and to defend our common values, and also, in recognition of a heroic performance, to accept their membership in the European Union as soon as possible. And this is the determination that we need to show towards Ukraine these days. Otherwise, we are going to be next attacked by the Russians.
Do you feel confident in the institutions that you are working within at the moment, including where you're chair of the OSCE, including the European Union, including the multitude of...
Because, you see, I'm much more confident about the OSCE institutions than I was when I was taking over the chairmanship in office. Do you know why? Simply because of the fact that the overwhelming majority of the participating states are determined to defend the values on which the organization was based. And we know how difficult it is for the preservation of the institution, because it's based on the consensus, which means you have to ensure the consent of the Russians to everything that OSCE is after, including the budget. And now everything indicates that we will be forced to go ahead with the informal budget based on voluntary donations by the overwhelming majority of the participating states. Why is that? Because we don't want to compromise the values on which the organization is built. So I must say, I'm much more confident about the mission and the future success of this organization, much more now than I used to be when I was taking over the chairmanship.
All right, well, look, let's just pause, because I want to come to Turkey now, to the foreign minister, because you, on the second page in the Bled Times, have talked about we still have time to construct a peaceful future. Do we still have enough time to learn from history and adjust our policies and strategies to construct a peaceful future, or is it already too late? That's in your name. We cannot afford war, and we still have the means to craft peace. I'm intrigued that you felt relatively optimistic to be able to write that. Why do you say that?
We had terrible wars in the history within Europe, between Turks and some Europeans here in the Balkans. And we have overcome now, we have true friendships in our region, I mean in Europe. So this war, today or tomorrow, earlier or later, will be over. We don't know how longer it will take. But can we take, or will we take lessons from the war? Why we establish all these organizations, European Union, Council of Europe, and OSCE, not to have another war in the world or in our continent, in Europe.
But we have it at the moment.
Now the war came back to Europe, unfortunately. So how are we going to end this war, first of all? And then how can we survive until we end the war? How are we going to adapt ourselves to the new realities? How are we going to face the other challenges that our people have been suffering from it? So earlier, I mean, the unnegotiated solution, if you ask the war in Ukraine or Russian war in Ukraine, was much easier to reach in the initial weeks. You know, we brought them in Antalya together, then in Istanbul, particularly in Istanbul, and they exchanged initial texts. But after Istanbul meeting, something happened. We saw.
But we are where we are now. And what I'm trying to do is use your experience,
Right.
including of your president in Kiev last week with Guterres,
Right.
and in Sochi with Putin a few weeks earlier.
Right.
You have a unique position where your president
Exactly.
is moving backwards and forwards. But the overall view seems to be this is now stalemate. But the reason why it's important to ask you, as having access, particularly to Putin, is that this will create a framing for much of the way the European institutions will respond in the next few weeks and months, which is going to be very, very difficult for most governments.
Well, it is already very, very difficult for most of the governments. This is exactly what I was trying to explain. It was much easier in the initial weeks. Now it is not that easy to reach a negotiated solution, unfortunately, because things have changed. After the images, disturbing images we saw from Irpin and Bucha, things have changed. But now there are new realities on the ground. Unfortunately, some cities other than Donbas region of Ukraine have fallen. And we are talking about peace, but it has to be a mutually accepted one. But it has to be at the same time a fair peace for Ukraine. What do we mean? Territorial integrity of Ukraine has to be ensured. And now, can they go back to negotiation table? Is it that easy? And these new realities definitely will be reflected in the further negotiations. And even the status, their positions on the status of Crimea and Donbas have been changed. So it is not that easy. Plus,
but there are no conditions of any kind to even begin a dialogue. Is that what your
There is a dialogue. There is a dialogue.
President is
and
discovering?
there is a dialogue, and we are doing our best. We are outreaching both sides, and we have good relations, of course, with both Russia and Ukraine. Meanwhile, of course, we have principled stance, and we are supporting Ukraine's territorial integrity. We are providing support, maybe more than many other NATO allies to Ukraine. And at the same time, we are also in dialogue with Russia, and that dialogue has been bearing fruits. That's why we brought them twice together, and that's why this grain deal worked, because we brought two delegations together.
But that was 3 or 4 months ago. We are where we are 7 months in now.
Yeah, we are in several months, at the same time now, the agencies, Rosatom chief and the International Atomic Energy Agency chief met in Istanbul. The experts are going to Zaporizhzhia, and we are working on that as well. And we are at the same time contributing to the security guarantees that we can provide to Ukrainians in the case of peace and in return of neutrality. But
let me try the question in a different way.
Go ahead.
Confidence-building measures. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Thank you. In the language of arms control, CBMs, confidence-building measures, can we read anything at all into what you've achieved for grain shipments out of southern Ukraine? So far, quite remarkably, it's still going after 5 weeks. The Montreux Convention is being upheld. You are keeping the traffic in and out of the Black Sea to a limit. You are controlling it under the Montreux Convention.
We are going even beyond the convention.
Okay, well, what we're trying to understand is there a nugget of something there, of optimism, which we can take away? No ship has been sunk by mines. There appears to be no attempt to lay more mines. You are able to guarantee safe passage so far to the Bosphorus. Now, it may seem a small issue for some people, but in many ways this is a major issue. Getting grain out of Ukraine safely under Turkish observation.
And the United Nations.
What can we learn from that? Is something bigger building there or not?
Well, not only this grain shipment, these negotiations and cooperation between International Atomic Energy Agency and the Rosatom, and the possible security guarantees that we can agree with Ukraine, I hope it will pave the way to reach a ceasefire, truce, and the peace, lasting peace. So the confidence-building measures, like exchanging the war prisoners as well, have been also going well. We have been also mediating to that end, as my president.
So you can confirm there are back channels here? There
are back channels. There have been back channels between two presidents from the beginning, in addition to negotiations between two negotiation teams from both sides, and in addition to our facilitation of this dialogue and the negotiations, there have been always back channels, and which from time to time it worked.
I come back to that one word lastly for the moment, Minister, confidence building. Is that going too far, what you're achieving on grain shipments?
Well, the grain shipment has been working well, as you also mentioned, and so far, as of today, as of yesterday, 56 vessels carried 1.3 million tons of grains. And meanwhile, of course, Russia is expressing some concerns. We are also managing this. We are in touch with Secretary Blinken and Secretary General Guterres. So I hope it will be an unhindered operation. And but at the same time, we also need, the world, as Turkey, we don't need to import grain from these countries. We are self-sufficient, and our producers, pasta and flour producers, are importing, the companies. But we need to also facilitate. This is also part of the agreement. When I say this, people take that I am supporting Russia. Not at all. I cannot support Russian aggression. But the entire world needs also Russian grain and fertilizer. I was in Latin America in April. They are very desperate. So that should be also facilitated without any problem to continue this grain shipment or to implement this deal without any obstacle. We shouldn't give any pretext to Russians to block this.
All right, let's use that as the framing for the second part of our discussion. Minister, you've put on the agenda both this afternoon in your remarks, but also in writing in the Bled Times. Is it more sensible to arrive for a general consensus at all times, or allow a creation of separate tracks, inevitably leading to a multi-speed EU? With regard to foreign policy, this dilemma also calls for a debate on decision-making by qualified majority or by consensus. Now, I'm putting that on the agenda for all the ministers here, because you're getting to the root of something really very complicated about how increasingly nation-states are becoming more nationalist for political reasons and other interests. What is the root of your fear?
I wish to start on a positive note, but it's difficult. As you said at the beginning, we are in a dramatic, very challenging times. It's not only about the war in Ukraine, but what we are facing is in European Union for decades now, several crises we are going through. And this is just the peak of it, where not only the union or the unity of union is at stake, but the international law and the international order is strongly jeopardized. Why I'm saying that? Because we have so many geopolitical questions open today. Just imagine that we are speaking about solidarity and unity in union. Remember the times of COVID-19, when we had an outbreak in Europe. We saw a lot of selfishness inside some countries and the reactions. And now, if one country in European Union now stays, for some reason, without promised gas, what will happen? Where will be the solidarity? And this is something what I fear in our discussions, whether we will manage to keep the international law and also our European unity. You were mentioning before the science. I will come to your question, but the science, and you said very rightly at the beginning, were we seeing the signs of war coming to Europe a year ago? There were signs there, but maybe we were ignoring. What about the annexation of Crimea? What did happen afterwards? And that was much before the war. And there were signs. I'm not saying we could have prevented the war, but maybe we could have been better prepared for that. So it's true, we had a very strong unity when it came to sanctions, a lot of packages of sanctions, but after 6 months, I think in all our societies, we see the debate being opened, that people start fearing, what if these sanctions against Russia aggression in Ukraine starts hitting our economies stronger than we wanted to see? And this will be the big test and challenge for all of us. There is nothing about the rule of law and international law. That is why we have to stick together on these basic values that we have. But it won't be easy to explain to our citizens when prices will go out, when we will have a societal crisis. And when you talk about the QMV, on foreign politics, on certain areas, I think it's necessary. Otherwise, maybe we will never reach any measures, but what we see here, the unity was extremely important, that we reacted and condemned strongly the Russian aggression in Ukraine with all the sanctions. I just do hope that we will, with a lot of wisdom, continue our discussions in the society to somehow preserve what is at stake today all around the world and keep that unity. It's not only the question of EU, but it's a question of global protection of the international law.
You're relatively new to the External Affairs Council. When you see what's going on, and I'm quoting here from The Economist about are sanctions working, quote, the knockout blow has not materialized. Now, I'd like to address this to everyone here, all the ministers. In other words, the assumptions about what sanctions can achieve are overblown, naive, and countries like Russia and eventually China will be able to evade them. And we're coming down the track at some point in the near future are going to be difficult decisions on the People's Republic of China about sanctions and what is held back and the contributions that China makes in a whole raft of consumer goods, etc., etc. When you look at the implications of some of the measures that have been taken in the last 6 months, how worried are you that you've created something which was essentially a very credible knee-jerk, but actually it hasn't been achieving what you were hoping for and is actually working to the advantage of Russia, who are gradually turning the screw on so many of us?
That's a very important question, because we have, I believe, an ongoing debate, and Tanja referred to it, in a couple of member states, not in all of them. Probably the debate is different in Portugal and Poland, but in Austria there's an ongoing debate, in Germany and Slovenia and others. And we have to be very careful. What do you expect from sanctions? We have sanctions regimes in many countries. So, we didn't expect that we impose the first and second package and that Putin will say, oh God, I didn't expect that. Sorry, I will pull back my troops. Nobody expected that. It's a kind of, what the name is, sanctions. It's like you try to inflict, you could say, economic pain to make somebody understand that you fundamentally dislike his actions. And we have, what I said at the beginning, we have to now keep our nerves. They are working. And we have to be very careful not to buy into...
Are you saying they're working because you've got to say they're working?
No, because on the numbers are there. We have to be careful not to buy into the Russian narrative. And it's sometimes very astonishing that if the spokesperson of the Kremlin says something, and all the European media pick it up, and if the Commission says something different, then they have a lot more difficulties, and us too, to make our case. Russia is facing a recession of maybe 10%, 8%, depending on who you ask. We are still expected to grow the European Union as such by nearly 3%. They have double our inflation. Whole sectors of industry are closing down, automobile, aviation, and so on. So let's not buy into this narrative, and this is something which is probably a feature of democratic, pluralistic societies, that we self-doubt, we discuss, we search for answers. And yes, there's a feature in international politics today which is probably new in comparison. It's social media. You always want the quick answer. You have the story by Thursday, and by Sunday you want the next step, and you want the 6th and the 7th and the 8th and the 9th sanctions package. This is about foreign policy. This is about this is going, as Mevlut said and others, This is not something that's going to be over tomorrow. And we never expected that. And we never expected the sixth sanctions package to make Vladimir Putin change. Because yes, as Tanja said, we had Georgia 2008. We could have probably, looking back, reacted differently. We had Crimea 2014. We could have reacted differently. Yes, we have been probably naive and conducting wishful thinking even at the Munich Security Conference, because we never believed that somebody would be as mad to act contrary to his own economic interests.
But he said he would.
He said he would, but many people around the globe say crazy things, sorry, but they don't act on them. And it's like, may I cite Robert Kagan? I mean, he wrote 20 years ago comparing us to the United States. The European states are living in a post-historical paradise of peace, while outside the powers and the struggle for power still go on. We have just been kicked out of paradise, and that's not nice.
Minister of State, what's your view from Paris about sanctions?
I will just add one thing on the sanction, but I want to come back on the values and on how we act. On sanctions, they're there to last and to weaken in a sustainable way Russia. So it's not only about recession now, and I think this fight for figures is not very healthy, because what we want to achieve is that in the medium term, technologically, economically, financially, they are weaker and they cannot act again. Now, you talked about naivety, and I think one of the things we've been very naive and very much lagging behind is in fighting with the means that Russia is using, meaning that we want to have a narrative of values, as she was, as the Minister of Iceland was saying, not only within the EU, but also outside of the European Union. The French president has proposed this idea of European political community, which sometimes has been misunderstood, but the idea is exactly that one, is that on defense, on security, on rule of law, on the narrative, we now include the whole of the European family, because we won't be safe inside if we leave out the Balkan countries, if we leave out all our neighbor countries which are on the European continent and belong to the European family. And we have to be very strong on not only economic investment and being present there, including them into the economic family, but also the political family. And that means fighting in the media, fighting to preserve the plurality and independence of media and of justice. And it also means fighting within the European Union for the rule of law and no compromise at all on this. And I think that will make us stronger. And if we are stronger economically, financially, and with the rule of law and democratic value, then we will be able to fight this type of narrative.
Minister, there was a finger pointing in your direction, and Portugal as well. About sanctions.
No, on sanctions, I agree completely with Alexander Schallenberg. The objective is the medium term, the long term, it's not the knockout blow. The knockout blow is obviously something that happens on military field, and in the moment it looks actually as though neither side can deliver a knockout blow. So sanctions will have a devastating impact on the Russian economy, on Russia's capacity to recover, even the Russian military capacity to regenerate, and not to speak of Russian capacity to export arms. So I think that the relationship between Russia and China will be deeply affected.
But what about the argument, if you do this for Russia and then you have to do it over Taiwan or whatever's coming down the track with the PRC, then it could become counterproductive because they have counter-sanctions, which could be deeply, deeply damaging for the European nations and the economies.
Well, I wouldn't want to speculate on something that has not happened, that we are not at all close to thinking about. What is happening in Ukraine has very clear implications for all of us here in Europe, and I think we're responding appropriately. With respect to dynamics in other parts of the world, our focus has to be on ensuring that what happened in Ukraine cannot happen in other parts. And I think that our response, what we're responding to in Europe is the way that I think we can best contribute to ensuring that there is internationally respect for global order.
Mr. Rau.
Well, talking about sanctions, I suppose we have to begin with a description of the situation in Ukraine. We have a victim and we have an aggressor. So we have every right, following the provisions of international law, including the UN Charter, to help and to support the victim. Now, the question is, how can we do it? And I happen to believe that it's Ukraine who can tell us best what to do in order to help them out. And they always argue that sanctions are necessary, not sanctions alone, of course, including political support, including diplomatic support, including economic assistance in the future, including the reconstruction of the country in the future, and so on and so on. When we take a look at the, of course, military aid is absolutely included in this package. If you combine all these elements with the package, with the sanctions, this indicates that our common aim, the aim of the Ukrainians and the aim of the free world to which the European Union belongs, is to make Russia not to be in a position anymore to conduct this war successfully, to lose it, and not to dare attack any other country in a similar way. And it's very difficult to argue that the sanctions cannot contribute to this effect.
Let me quote you a figure here. The current account surplus in Russia is running at $265 billion currently. That's a lot of cash.
Well, it's certainly, but what is the argument against the sanctions, quite frankly? Because you see, the trick is that we all are here good Democrats, and all of us, especially those, above all those who border Russia in this or another way, we would like to have a democratic, liberal, predictable neighbor, obeying the rules. So the question is, the fundamental one, how to make Russia become such a neighbor, such a country.
Minister Bueno.
And may I finish the point, because I suppose it's important. When you take a look at Russian history, a wave for liberalization, democratization, came twice after the military defeat. First, after the Russian-Japanese War, we had the revolution of 1905, and also after the defeat in Afghanistan, we had perestroika. This was the only way to make inner Russian political discourse vivid, creative, and constructive. And this was the way to a democratization. So I would like to take a look at the sanctions also from this perspective.
Minister Bueno.
I think there are several dimensions to the sanctions, and we always focus on the economic impact. And even on the economic impact, sanctions are successful, but we cannot expect to have the full scope of the impact just in a snap. It needs time. And definitely, there are another two aspects. One is the moral one and the political one. Morally, I mean, is anyone ready to allow Vladimir Putin to carry out its war effort with our money? Definitely not in Spain. So that's another aspect. That's another part of the decision we took very early with the first package. Let's make sure that no European Union money goes, or at least as less as possible, to this war effort. And the third one, politically. If we don't do something, if we haven't done something very quickly at the time, that could mean that the challenge to European values, and European values is, of course, democracy, rule of law, but it's something even more important, is war is not a way of putting end to a dispute. War should be banned of the European continent. We had to give a political response to that. Because at the end, in Ukraine, there is also a fight between the past and the future. The future is the European Union model. The past is a time in which not all states were equally sovereign. It's a time of a sphere of influence, of fences. Is that what we want? If we don't want that, we must put everything at the stake to make sure that this war is very costly, very economically costly for Vladimir Putin.
Could I just check with the minister, actually? I've had a message here from Ziga Factor. How is Turkey explaining doubling its trade, speaking about import and export, with Russia in the last year? Isn't Turkey supporting the continuation of war by doing so?
Not at all. And while we are implementing Montreux Convention, as you also mentioned, fully, and preventing the passage of Russian warships, and closing the airspace for Russian military planes, and we didn't join the sanctions. Why? First of all, in principle, we don't join the unilateral sanctions. We didn't join the sanctions against Iran either. Therefore, our trade with Russian Federation has been continued. But we never let Russia to bypass the sanctions via Turkey. So this is very clear and this is very transparent. But the question, you have a legitimate question. Why? Because we still import almost 45% of our gas from Russia, and the gas price has been tripled. So that is the main reason. Energy prices went up and our trade. But you put a question, good question. What is the expectation from the sanctions? Let me put another question. How sustainable are the sanctions? And when are we going to find the answer to this question? I think by the end of this year or before the spring, we will be able to. The sanctions against Iran has been sustainable. It didn't affect Europe or the United States, but this is a question that we have to also answer.
Let me, first of all, Minister, and then Minister Schallenberg.
Just on sanctions, I think sanctions were and are necessary because what would be otherwise the answer to the war, we have to say it clear who started the war and who is the aggressor. So I think there is no alternative if we want to preserve, the peace and stability and the international order. Another question is, of course, what will be the consequence of the sanctions? But this is something which we said today. We have to help Ukrainians as long as they need this help. There should be no doubt about that. And on the other hand, if I look just to our direct neighborhood, and I want to touch it, because when we talk about European unity and how we are addressing the crisis, we are for the last 10, 20 years, I said at the beginning, going through several crises. We never really stop efficiently one crisis, there is already another one. We're also losing a strategic focus of what the unity is about and the values of Europe. And I'm mentioning that because in this war situation, we really neglected the question of the Western Balkans. And we have here, 20 years ago, bloody wars. And we have a strong instability, a growing nationalism, and the absence of enlargement policy that we promised 20 years ago, I think, in Thessaloniki summit.
There's a question here, unnamed, about whether QMV could resolve that.
I think the answer to that is that we should just deliver our promises, because people don't trust us, and they don't trust us on the Balkans. Once we said, you will do the reforms, it's 17 years we heard today for the North Macedonia, that hardly starts the accession talks. What we will tell to Ukraine in years to come, when we delivered a symbolic political European perspective.
All right.
If we don't manage here, 20 years after, to deliver our promises.
All right.
I think maybe, yes, we should think out of the box. It's a good opportunity.
There is no box anymore, you could argue. and I mean that seriously. You could say that the box is being completely redefined or just doesn't exist. We've got about 10 minutes to run, but look, I'm conscious that there are so many areas we could have covered, and we're going to be frustrated. But there is one thing I need to ask all of you, even if it's only a minute. What happens on the climate emergency, given what Europe has seen? But I want to come in a moment. I'd like to ask you, you were just wanting to pick up Minister Schallenberg and also Minister Boone.
Because I believe it's an important point. I want to underline every word Tanja said on the Western Balkans, and this is what I alluded at the beginning, that we might have a geopolitical moment in Europe, but for the time being we are failing miserably in our immediate neighborhood. And I'm refusing to talk to a certain degree about geopolitical European Union as long as we don't get our act together in the Western Balkans and the Eastern Partnership. But 2 points, very briefly. On sanctions, and Mevlut asked whether they're sustainable. My answer would be yes. The 6 packages we have put together are sustainable. But we have a growing debate within the European Union on raising prices, on energy prices, and we have to be very careful to make the distinction between what happened, and we forget about the past. We have Alzheimer. On the 1st of February, at least in Austria, we had already 6% of inflation. And we already had headlines in the newspaper in November, December, energy prices are going bananas, are going crazy. And it's not about, it was before the war, inflation started. Energy prices, the gas price index was quadrupled in 2021. Petroleum was 50% plus last year. So let's not buy into this narrative that everything started on the 24th of February. And yes, the economic pain to the sanctions, and Austria is one of the countries feeling the most. But a large degree of these pains have been from beforehand also. Last point, you alluded in the question you asked to Joao whether we would act the same way on China. And I fully agree with your answer that you cross a bridge when you get there. But
you've got to know the bridge might come.
Yeah, but I believe we have to be very careful. The 24th of February changed something, and we were kicked out of paradise. And I believe, and I have the discussion with CEOs of Austrian and German companies, everybody has to know that this planet is different. It's more confrontative, the wind is colder, and we are not in Francis Fukuyama's planet that we believe our model of life would sort of slowly take over. And we have to acknowledge that. We are back in realpolitik, and it's not nice. And if we said, as European Union or as Western countries, and we're only 20% of this planet probably, already beforehand, we won't do it because China is in a different level than Russia, then we would have lost out before even starting.
Laurence Boone.
So I wasn't on the China. It wasn't on the China part. I just wanted to come back on the failure with Western Balkan. I think we should keep in mind that we haven't been creative enough with Western Balkans and with the rest, with the European family that is not yet in the European Union. Because yes, enlargement is a difficult process. When you discuss with Ukraine, when you discuss with Albania, with Macedonia, it takes a long time because it's about profoundly transforming the institution of a country. And rather than having let this time pass by and making it very difficult and very technical and not political, we should have found a way of having better ties, whether they're economic, they're financial, they're democratic, they're civil society, exchange of students, and so on. And also to help them with the rule of law and preserving the democracy, preserving their media, preserving the justice, and also learning from them. For example, we have a lot to learn from Ukraine about cyber attacks, and we have not been creative at all. Enlargement is difficult. We must complement this with other additional, not substitutive, but additional process to anchor the family within the EU. And on this I agree, but now we can and we should even more than before and even faster than what we had done before.
Let me just finally come down to the climate emergency. Every country has been suffering one way or the other. It happened in Canada and North America last year. Look what's happening in Pakistan at the moment. Look what's happened in Australia. There's a trend and it's going in the wrong direction and the science is very clear. Can you just give me, each of you, a minute about whether Europe, how prepared Europe is? Because the President of the Commission was really quite optimistic about the direction of travel, even if the speed can't be quite as intense as it needs to be because of the way science is going. Look what happened in Germany last year. Suddenly rivers rising in the Eiffel forest, which had never been seen before. What's happening in Portugal? I mean, you've had your own challenges this summer.
Absolutely. We, of course, like many countries around the world, will suffer the impact and have been suffering the impact already of climate change. I think that the challenge that we have actually at the moment is to use this strong momentum that we have generated with the desire to move away from dependence on Russia in terms of energy, to feed that into what we can do in terms of greening Europe further. Of course, if Europe manages to fulfill everything that we're hoping to do in the Fit for 55, even so, we are still dependent on everything happening in other countries as well. And for that, we need to be able to generate international consensus. Dialogue with China is absolutely essential on this matter, as well as with the United States, of course.
Minister Rau, climate emergency. Quickly, if you can, please.
Well, as far as the climate change is concerned, it's a real challenge, a real issue.
Has Ukraine diverted attention from it?
No, because it's a long-term project, at least from the Polish perspective. We are absolutely aware of the fact that we have to have a diversified, low-emission energy mix, and we are changing this energy mix. As you know, we used to be heavily dependent also on the carbon in our economy, so we are determined to launch and implement the long-term nuclear power plant projects, and this is our future. This is how we see it. Thank you.
Minister.
I believe the climate change is the most urgent challenge and the threat that we have to face all together. And I'm afraid the 2050 goals, particularly zero emission goals, will be revised by many countries, particularly in Europe. And last year in Turkey, we have seen the worst wildfires ever in our history. And our neighbors like Greece and Italy, Spain, Portugal, all. So it's real. And the flooding in Pakistan have been there for 2 months, and it cost 1,000 lives. And we also had many floodings in Turkey. So it's real, and we have to deal all together. And it's the most urgent crisis that we have to deal with.
Where will it be come the 1st of July next year? What's happening on the climate emergency, which is when you take over the presidency?
It will be a priority because we are facing a climate emergency. It's not anymore just a climate change. In hot countries, we have more fires than before. In cold countries, we had fires when before we didn't have any. And they are followed by heavy rains, overflow. So I think no one can deny...
And you are feeling the public pressure, are you? You're feeling the public pressure?
Of course. It's more than public pressure. We are feeling it in our bodies individually. Each European citizen is feeling in his own body this climate emergency. So we have to tackle it.
Well, 100% in agreement. I believe it would be wrong to presume that Ukraine is deviating our attention. I would claim that it is actually accelerating. We have been in the process of decarbonization. We have been in a process of digitalization and so on. And actually what this war does is bringing very brutally as an ice bucket to us that, no, we don't have the time. And we're not observed by friendly people around us who wait for Europe to get its act together. We have to act quickly. So I believe that actually this might be something which will accelerate the decarbonization and restructuring of energy.
Okay. I've got two, picking up on your final paragraphs in your piece in the Bled Strategic Times. There's a question here from Elsa Marie de Silva. It's the last point before we have to do the switch for both of you. Is it time to be intentional about a feminist foreign policy, which is inclusive and protects all people's rights?
Every policy should be inclusive. It's not only about foreign policy. And on protecting people's rights, I mean, the rule of law should be at the center of what we have, and women and their rights should equally be at the center of what we have. And on climate, what I want to add to what my neighbor have been saying, with what I agree, is if we don't manage it well, this energy transition, we will have another economic and social crisis. So it's not only about climate emergency, it's also about social emergency.
But we're not getting too gloomy.
No, we are realistic.
Last word, Tanya.
Two remarks on, first on women. It's proven that women are in peace negotiations extremely important. And I was happy that not long ago we met on platform Women, Peace and Security, and we're promoting that. I think we need a lot of women in peace processes. That's definitely also orientation of our feminist policy and equality. But on green transition, just allow me to say, I disagree with those that say that the war in Ukraine is an opportunity for green transition. It's a must. We had in Slovenia this summer forest fires, a drought, and we see that we have to boost our fight against climate change. And we have put on the agenda of our government energy security, green transition really high. So I think it should not be priority, but it has to be a must. And I hope that we will work faster on renewables and also energy independence in Europe. We'll have to do it, but not understand it as an
and if I may say, even though I've got my back to the audience...
And if I say, because you said at the beginning, I'm sorry to say, you said the Commissioner, Madam President of the Commission was very optimistic. I think the pessimism doesn't resolve the problems. So we have to be optimistic.
But I have to say that I'm not sure I need to apologize, but we have a lady Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, a lady Minister of State, but I'm sorry there are too many men on the platform. So next time. Thank you all very much indeed. We're going to do a hot switch. We have other ministers who are joining us, so please don't go too far. Maybe stretch your legs, as they say in the military, standing up, because we want to move very quickly. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. It's an appalling situation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the forum will be continuing shortly with the panel, How Many Challenges for Europe?
Saca no primeiro round.